Good evening. Welcome to the March 14th meeting of the City of Lake Forest Plan Commission. I am Commissioner Reisenberg, Chairman of the Commission, and at this time I'd like to introduce the other members of the Commission. To my far right, Commissioner Anderson. To his left, Commissioner Culbertson, and to my immediate right, Commissioner Newman. To my far left, Commissioner Carris, and to my immediate left, Commissioner Shaw. From City staff, Ms. Erniak is here this evening. Before we get into our first item of business, well, I don't have to tell all the commissioners, but people want to take off their jackets, and I think I am too. I mean, it's awfully hot in here.
I would just add, everyone, as you're speaking, if you would speak up, because it's a toss-up between having those back windows open and every now and then having a siren or something go by. So just speak up.
Our first item of business is approval of the minutes from the December 14th, 2011 Plan Commission meeting. Are there any corrections or requests for clarification? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The next item before the commission this evening is continued consideration of a request for approval of a tentative plat of subdivision and the associated special use permit for the Spiel Planned Preservation Subdivision. A 6-lot subdivision is proposed for a 10-acre property located on the north side of Westleigh Road between Green Bay Road and Butler Drive, commonly known as 270 Westleigh Road. This matter was continued to allow further deliberation on one item and only one item only, and that was whether there should be 5 lots or 6 lots. Before I swear in the presenters, are there any? Is there going to be any public commentary on that? Okay, would you stand up, please? Now, I would remind you for the public commentary, the only commentary that can be made is whether it should be a 6-lot subdivision or a 5-lot subdivision. So I just wanted to remind everybody of that. Petitioner, is the petitioner going to stand up also to be sworn in? Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you are about to give or have previously given is true and correct to the best of your knowledge? Okay. Thank you. Petitioner? You know, I forgot to ask also, are there any, thank you, Mark. Are there any conflicts of interest or ex parte contacts by members of the commission? Yes, Mr.
We've received a letter from Mr. Howard Elias. I should indicate that I know Mr. Elias, but I don't think my acquaintance with him should have any bearing on my ability to make a decision.
Okay.
I also have a business relationship with Mr. Elias. He sent me this email just as a courtesy, I believe. I don't believe it'll impact my ability to make a judgment.
Okay.
My sister just bought a lot from Mr. Elias.
Just a reminder, if your microphones aren't on, please turn them on.
My sister just bought a lot from Mr. Elias in North Carroll Meadow, but other than that, I have no connection with Mr. Elias, and I don't know him.
Okay. You may proceed.
Is this on, Mr. Chairman? I can't tell. Yeah. It should be on. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Plan Commission. I'm Chuck Byram. This is a continuation of last month's Plan Commission meeting when we discussed the proposed development of 10 acres owned by Bob and Gail Spiel for 270 Westleigh Road on the north side of the street. My understanding is tonight we're going to give testimony with regards simply to the issue of whether it should be a 5 or a 6 lot subdivision.
That's correct.
And also that the members of the Plan Commission that were absent last time had the opportunity to review the televised proceedings and the exhibits and the new exhibits. So nothing needs to be done to bring them up to speed. Okay, thank you. Well, since the last meeting, we have generated several documents and delivered them to the staff. These were included in your packet, and you've received them and reviewed them. Respecting the agenda that you have tonight and what you have in front of you, we do not intend to review them or present them, and take it on faith that you've had the opportunity and have read them. But we are prepared to discuss them and answer any questions that you may have. So the point is, should this property be zoned or should it be zoned as a special use and subdivided as a 5 or 6 lot subdivision? Mike Bleck has put up a picture of the site in its current condition. The only improvement on it is the Stanley Anderson home of 6,200 square feet that was built in 1947. I would point out that the Spiel family has lived on the site for decades. Bob and Gail presently make their home there, and it is their intention to continue to reside in the Stanley Anderson home after the development and subdivision takes place. As you can see from the picture, I hope you can see, there's some conflicting light here, but the site's is wooded, particularly has a grove of spruce trees on the east side, has 2 majestic oaks at the north end, and contains a slope down from the north to the south, presenting an excellent view of the site from the north, looking down to the existing pond in the southwest, which will be enhanced pursuant to the plan and the engineering that we presented last time. As I said, the only improvement on the site is, other than the natural conditions, is the Stanley Anderson home. I would point out to you, and the paperwork that you have received, the documents that you have received, is that the site is capable of sustaining a subdivision with 6 lots of 60,000 square feet each, with a public street, without any variations whatsoever. And examples of what could be done have been provided to you. We're not seeking to have those approved, but we wanted to show you an example of what could be done on this site. But the property is also joined as an historic residential and open space preservation district, which is an overlay district, which is intended to preserve historic and natural resources in open space. And the magic of that classification is that it allows and encourages flexibility of lot sizes in order to do this. And this is what the Spiels have explored during the 3 years they've been working on this site. They've worked with their consultants, the city, and the city staff to come up with a plan that accomplishes the following. Mike, if you want to put the plan up, thanks. Number 1, to maintain the Stanley Anderson home, to keep it on the site. Number 2, to maintain the grove of spruce trees that are on the east side of the site. Number 3, to maintain the 2 majestic oaks in a designated common area to be owned and maintained by the homeowners association that's responsible for the site, and not in yards. And the next objective is to expand and enhance the area of open space, which is approximately 2.12 acres containing the existing pond. And in doing this, what they intend to do is to provide detention and stormwater management, not only for this site, but also in a manner that will improve conditions of some surrounding sites. I think approximately 30 acres is tributary to this particular site for drainage purposes. The pond and the open space will be landscaped and maintained in a way that will be attractive to look down from the 4 home sites on the west side to the pond area after it is enhanced and the extensive landscaping and treatment goes in. As a result, in order to carve out that open space, what the Spiels have done and what the land plan, what the ordinance allows, is to reduce some of the building area, the lot area of the lots, and shift them over to the common area lot. Now, this will leave the lots, the lot that has a Stanley Anderson home will have a lot that permits that to continue to exist. But the remaining 5 building lots will have area reduced to accommodate the common area, but will have enough area to allow homes of up to 5,400 square feet at a minimum, which according to a market study that's been provided to you and a letter from a very prominent Lake Forest realtor is exactly what the public is buying these days, what they're looking for. And as a result, it's something that is a benefit to the homeowners that will live there. It will enable the Spiels to have property that meets market needs, and it'll be a very attractive community for the village, for the city. But in doing this, we want to remember that the gross area of this site is the 60,000 square foot per lot that the ordinance calls for. Now, as your community development director has stated in her staff report, this subdivision provides the outcome intended as a planned preservation provisions of the code, preservation of historic and natural resources. And we agree. That's exactly what the Spiels set out to accomplish. So in coming up with the plan that we did, there was a lot of careful thought, and it was a result of several things. First of all, the Spiels have tried to make this a collaborative effort. For the last 3 years, they've worked with the staff, they've worked with the neighbors, they've worked with some top-flight consultants, and come up with a plan that meets these needs and meets the ordinances of the city. They've spent 3 years working on this. Bob reminded me the other day when I asked him how long he'd been working on it. I said, it's been a 3-year project to get this far. But in doing so, they wanted to have something that was well thought out, careful, and presentable. Spiels also conducted a neighborhood meeting with the neighbors in the vicinity of the home. They did that last year. They did that to get ideas, to get input, get reaction, and it was very productive. They have also met personally with most of the neighbors to address what they believe their issues to be and try to accommodate them in plan design. And I think they've done a pretty good job of accomplishing this. So this plan is a result of collaborative efforts. It's sensitive and it's responsive. And as the Spiels have worked so far with their neighbors and the people that are surrounding residents, they will continue, hoping that our tentative plat gets approved, they will continue through final plat and thereafter to keep up those communications, because it's led to a very good situation and a very healthy working relationship with everybody who's involved. That concludes what I wanted to talk about. So we are here to answer questions. One other thing, there was something on the agenda that there might be addressing the issue of treatment of the easterly property line, the landscaping on the easterly property line. We are prepared to talk about that.
Why don't you just cover that,
Sure.
if you don't mind?
The-
It's a little
the-
bit outside of the purview of what we're discussing, but I think it's important to the issue.
Yeah, the landscaping plan that was presented had for the property that is located at the southerly portion of at the east end of the site. That property is it's separated from the Spiel property by its side yard, which is I think approximately 32 square feet. And the owners were concerned about what this would do as the Spiel property was developed. Our original plan called for a 25-foot landscape screening path on the easterly end of the Spiel site in order to accommodate this. After the Plan Commission meeting on the 8th, our consultants went over and met with the owner of that property, who expressed a concern that that was not enough and that he was comfortable with leaving the existing vegetation, native landscaping that's in place, more comfortable with that than with a new landscape plan with newly planted landscaping treatment. So what Tesca Associates and Black Engineering proposed was to leave 25 feet of that existing vegetation in place and then add an additional 25 feet of new landscaping. So the landscaping buffer went from 25 feet of new landscaping to 50 feet. 25 old, 25 new. Now, it did cut down the usable area of the backyards of the Spiel lots by that much, by 25 feet, but the Spiels felt that it was worthwhile in order to provide that screening and peace of mind. So we have changed that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Kathy?
Thank you, Chairman Reisenberg. Just really briefly, I would like to speak to two issues. After your last meeting, your discussion at the end of the meeting about density, city staff did review the overall density of the lot. We reviewed the submittals that showed in two different ways that a standard subdivision could be achieved on this lot, with all lots achieving the minimum 60,000 square feet. The petitioner did some additional due diligence, and from the staff perspective, the proposal as originally presented is a strong project. It's consistent with all applicable code requirements. It does exactly what is envisioned by the plan preservation provisions in the code, and it really does provide a unique and really a well-thought-out subdivision. So staff continues to support the 6-lot plan as originally presented. Second item and last item I'd like to cover, just the landscaping issue. As Mr. Byram just reviewed, the landscape buffer on the southern perimeter, I'm sorry, on the eastern perimeter of the property has been increased from 25 feet to 50 feet. The first 25 feet would remain in its natural state, although I will note that if someone wanted to come in and remove the buckthorn, we would allow that, assuming that a replacement planting plan which planted vegetation that would create the same density, such as dogwood or something to that effect. We would allow the buckthorn to be removed and replaced. The second 25 feet is required to be planted. So a 50-foot landscape buffer would be established on this plat of subdivision as a preserved area and as a buffered area. In your staff report, we've added a condition number 5 on page 3 of that report that details that note. It also clarifies that no structures will be permitted within that 50 feet, including play structures, and that any fences would need to be non-site obscuring fences, so that the vegetation really is allowed to serve as a buffer. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, but staff does recommend approval of this as originally presented as a 6-lot subdivision for
Okay.
tentative approval.
Thanks, Kathy. Any questions or requests for clarification from commission to petitioner or staff? Beginning with Mr. Anderson.
No question.
Kathy, you say this is consistent with the historical preservation codes. And in the staff report, it says it preserves the historic and natural resources as the code intends. Could you elaborate on that? I'm not.
Sure. As was mentioned, the existing house on the site is a Stanley Anderson site, Stanley Anderson house. With the configuration of this subdivision, I believe the lot on which the house is located is about 80,000 square feet. That's the largest lot, so that well exceeds the 60,000 lot minimum. So it preserves that historic aspect, the work of an architect who is prominent in our community. There are 2 very significant, magnificent oak trees that are preserved through the road design. This is a private road. It is kept intentionally narrow and has been configured in a way that is a bit non-standard, but specifically to preserve those oak trees, and simply the preservation of over 3 acres of open space on this lot. Through a standard subdivision, this entire 10 acres could be subdivided, but instead the lots are really pushed to one side, and the existing pond will be preserved but also enhanced, and a significant open area remains. So preserving open space, significant trees, and the work of a significant architect is very consistent with the plan preservation provisions in the code.
Yeah, all of which you just said would be true whether this is a 6-lot or a 5-lot subdivision, is that not?
That is correct.
So the code, the Historic Preservation Code doesn't intend for there to be 6 versus 5 or 5 versus 6.
The language of the plan preservation provisions speaks specifically to the fact that the underlying density of the property, which in this case would permit 6 lots, is allowed under the plan preservation provisions. So yes, those provisions directly speak to allowing the permitted density. Doesn't mean that the Plan Commission could recommend 5 lots, but in this case, the 6 lots proposed really are consistent with the ordinance and really consistent with the trends that we're seeing and the demand for lots of an acre or smaller that we're hearing about. And I would add, consistent with other subdivisions. Middle Fork Farm subdivision is a great example of a situation where there was 200 acres of property, and we were able to preserve an oak savanna, a gentleman's farm, some property that was transferred to the forest preserve. And although that property was zoned for our 5 lots, 3-acre lots, and our 4 lots, 60,000 square foot lots, most of the lots in that subdivision are maybe an acre, 3/4 of an acre. So this is very consistent also with past practices of the city.
Thank you. One more question. There's a proposal to enlarge the landscape buffer on the east side of the subdivision. Has the neighbor or do the neighbors to the east find this agreeable? Does this placate their issues?
I believe the neighbor to the east is in the audience, and I
And
wouldn't
we'll hear from him.
assume to speak for him.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
He will not be speaking on the issue.
He will not be speaking on it. Is that?
On the landscaping?
That's up to you, Mr. Chairman.
There-
It may be that the petitioners
There will
could
be,
speak
there
as
will,
well.
we've got too many things in our agenda this evening. Let's stick to the,
Then let me respond a different way. The property owner to the east did request, or did state a preference for, rather than a 25-foot landscape buffer, a 50-foot landscape buffer. The petitioners have agreed to that, and that is what is shown on the plat, and is what is required in the new condition that's proposed in the staff recommendation.
I would say if we're talking about Mr. Ellis, one of my final comments, we're not talking about Mr. Ellis? Okay, fine, okay. I don't know where you're going then, okay.
Well, it's germane to the issue of whether 5 or 6, because one of the issues is whether lots 1, 2, and 3 should be combined and divided in half.
Yeah, well, we got the letter from Mr. Anat.
Yeah, it's in here.
Right.
You know, he says it's been improved. Well, you know what he said, I don't have to repeat it, yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yeah, are you all right with that? I mean, I don't mean to catch up, Lloyd.
I am.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Newman?
No questions.
Commissioner Carris?
No questions.
Commissioner Shaw?
No questions?
Okay, public testimony, not to exceed 5 minutes. One or the other. Yes, ma'am? If you could, please state your name and address.
My name is Judy Bogus, and I live at 191 Westleigh Road, almost directly across from the Spiel property. And I would like to speak in support of the effort that this couple have made to keep the open space, to keep the natural part that's there. I happen to live in a house that has a 1-acre zoning right there, and I want to say that this is very much in consistency with the area, and I think they've done a remarkable, remarkable job for maintaining the trees and the open space. So I'd like to see the plan supported as proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir?
I am Sanjeev Anand. I'm the owner of 320 East Westleigh. So that's the property immediately to the east of the Spiel development. I am going to focus primarily on the issue at hand, but if you can let me indulge. I do want to thank Bob Spiel and his team for working cooperatively with us to allow us to expand that buffer area from 25 feet to 50 feet. I think that's a step in the right direction that provides a level of privacy not just for me but also for future dwellers of the proposed lots which are going to be west of me. But I think that's a small step. I continue to have issues with 6 versus 5 lots. I've studied, I'm not a real estate expert, so I'm going to use some layman language, so please bear with me. I think the question here in front of us is not whether the proposed development plan meets the minimum thresholds of R4 zoning requirements, or whether what's in the best long-term interest of Lake Forest, which is a rich heritage as a community just now in the future, and also what's in the best interest of the community and the neighbors explicitly east of this proposed Spiel property. I think ever since the last meeting, I think the Spiel team has done a good job of demonstrating that they met the thresholds. They came up with 2 sets of hypothetical plans or study plans which demonstrate that 60,000 square feet lots can be put. They didn't have to do that. I understand in a 10-acre lot, yes, you can put 60,000 square foot lots. That's not the issue. There was a desire to preserve the current heritage house and a desire to preserve a set of existing oak trees and all. I commend that. I think that's the right thing to do. I have no objections with that, and I believe that under the provisions of the Lake Forest, zoning provisions, when you put provisions like that, there is an ability to relax the minimum lot requirements from 60,000 square feet down somewhat, and they've gone and dramatically reduced the 3 lots facing my lot. And I think as one of the commissioners said, I forget who said that, I think the same objectives can be met by collapsing lot 1, 2, and 3 into 2 lots, as opposed to keeping 3. They've also done a market study which demonstrates that today perhaps there's a greater preference for people buying smaller lots. I just want to make sure that the Plan Commission is not unduly influenced by the current economic downturn. The preferences change. We are a long-term community. I plan to live here my entire retirement. My daughter, who's currently working on the Wall Street, plans to come and stay here and raise a family. Most of the neighbors around the Westleigh and on the Green Bay, we are not transients. We are not here on corporate assignments who come and stay for 5, 10 years. This is our community. These are our roots. This is our village. This is our house. This is our, the place we're going to grow up and live. So I think from that perspective, I want to make sure that that's not being addressed. And I believe that all the objectives which are being set can be met by collapsing lot 1, 2, and 3 into 2 lots, have 5 lots, and preserve everything else. I would humbly submit to the commission to take that consideration with the right level of gravity and the right level of concern something of this nature desires, because I think once you made a decision, it's cast in concrete, right? So I think we have been very, very planful in how we've expanded our community, and I don't want expedient decisions being made we may regret 15, 20 years from now. That's basically all I have to say. But in the meantime, I really want to thank Bob Spiel to be working in a rather open fashion with me.
Thank you.
Sure.
Staff response to public testimony?
Again, I want to emphasize that the concept of planned preservation subdivisions, where the density is permitted, but smaller lots are allowed in an effort to preserve open land, to preserve historic resources, to preserve one-of-a-kind trees, that's not something new. It's not something that we're recommending to you simply because of the current economy. It is something that has worked very well for the city. And in fact, those subdivisions in which we have used these provisions are the subdivisions that really are the most attractive and most valued in the community. So staff continues to believe that the original plan is a good one, not with a short-term view, but one that was developed over many, many months. Thank you.
Petitioner rebuttal?
I think my rebuttal will be very, very short. Mr. Anand is, first of all, looking, I think maybe putting his planning hat on. Is 5 lots better than 6? Is it less density? Yes, it's less density, but it's less than what's, it's less than what's permitted. And I think, as Kathy said, you have to take a look at the underlying zoning as to what's permitted. So there's the planning issue of density, but then there's also what kind of an impact will 5 lots versus 6 lots have on Mr. Anand's residence. And in looking at it, whether there's 6 lots in a regular size 60,000 square foot subdivision, or whether there's 6 lots in the Spiel subdivision, or whether there's 5 lots in the subdivision, it's pretty close to the same thing. He's going to look back past his property lines extended and see 2 residences either way. Now, the third one will be up off to the north, but the immediate impact will be the same no matter what plan you follow. And that's something you have to consider in your deliberations.
Thank you. Final questions from commission to petitioner or staff, beginning with Commissioner Carris?
No questions. No questions.
Commissioner Anderson?
Could I just ask Kathy, if we could look at the lot sizes again, and I'm looking at the plat here, or the summary here, with the lot sizes listed out. So we are talking about some reductions, obviously, versus the 60,000, but again, just to reiterate, coming from 60,000 down to, by a quarter, or whatever it is, down to 45,000, that's still within, as you see it, based on your assessment as staff, that seems reasonable. I mean, I understand the difference between 60 and 52,000, but 60 and 45,000 is a pretty big difference. So just talk about that.
It is consistent. Again, the planned preservation provisions were put in place in the code in the 80s, and they were really put in place in the late 80s, because during the 70s and the 80s, there were many subdivisions that occurred in Lake Forest, and they were simply regular lot after regular lot. And the community really wanted to make sure that without taking away development rights, that we were putting provisions in the code that allowed flexibility. And again, I could name a number of subdivisions where this very shift, whether it's 10,000 square foot difference, 20,000 square foot difference, that has occurred in lots, recognizing that the overall site really will serve as a neighborhood, and because of the smaller lots, smaller homes will be permitted, there will be less impervious surface, and overall we're creating really an open space neighborhood, a conservation neighborhood, which really has been a goal of the city of Lake Forest for a couple of decades now.
Commissioner? Commissioner Culbertson?
No questions.
No questions.
Newman? I have one question of the petitioner. What are the economic consequences of going from 6 lots to 5 lots?
Well, as you can tell by looking at the plan and the components of it, the development of this site will not be cheap or inexpensive. There'll be some significant expenses involved. So if the Spiels were asked to give up an extra lot, or give up, the 6th lot, it would be a tough hardship on them, because that's 1/6 of the expenses that they would not be able to recoup through the sale of that extra lot. And it also, in creating 5 lots, so assume that the surviving lots have greater area, it's more area than the studies and the recommendations that we're getting from people that perform these market studies are saying is necessary. So it's really wasting space. It doesn't belong in the lot because there's not as much there's not a market for it, not now and probably not for a long time, and it's not going into the common area. It's sort of in Neverland. This area for that 6th lot goes from a meaningful purpose to Neverland. And so, yeah, it has planning and it has economic impact on the Spiels, very much so.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go to commission discussion and comment. Beginning with, Mr. Anderson.
I think the staff has brought a lot of, has given us a lot of helpful information here in terms of this. And I think I also hear that this issue of, I know this is not really part of the 6 versus 5, but the screening clearly has been addressed as part of the configuration, which I think is an important addition since we last talked about this. I have to defer to some extent to the staff on this issue of 6 versus 5 and how they looked at the property and some of the history around that, and that I think is compelling.
Commissioner Culbertson.
I think this is a tough call, but I will endorse a 5-lot subdivision.
Commissioner Newman.
Well, I don't believe that ordinances such as this were ever designed to incorporate market conditions, which is what I'm sort of hearing now. I really don't like the density of 6 lots, but I understand that this is a trade-off situation and that open lands are a consideration. I don't believe that open land carries a higher consideration than density, but with the additional screening that's been provided to the project, I think I might be willing to exceed on my protest of 5 lots and go along with 6.
Thank you. Commissioner Carris.
I agree with Commissioner Newman in that the buffer, the extended buffer, has a dramatic effect, I think, on the property as well as the open space commitment. Additionally, a concern of mine was the access road, which is now aligned, although it wasn't an issue today, aligned with the roadway across the street. And I believe this subdivision plat is follows the rule of law and is in the spirit of what the code is, as well as the character of Lake Forest, and I'll support 6-lot subdivision.
Commissioner Shaw.
I wasn't at the last meeting, but I did watch the record of the previous hearing. I've listened to what's been said tonight. I was kind of on the fence until I heard the same things that Mr. Carris just referenced and Mr. Newman just referenced, so I could support 6 also.
I felt strongly at last meeting, and I feel strongly at this meeting that the staff recommendations will carry the day as far as I am concerned. There's a little bit of disagreement on market conditions and economic impact, but I'm a realist, and quite frankly, we haven't had a developer come in front of us since White Stable Farms, perhaps? Is that was White Stable? And of course, that's not going forward. I'm not sure why, but I'm sure there are good and sufficient reasons. So I take the economics conditions and the real estate market conditions into account. And I applaud a realtor or a developer for going forth with a development now, and I think we ought to support it. And I think something that lives within our code and is 6 lots and is a perfectly wonderful property with 6 lots, forcing a developer to go to 5 is like a disincentive at a time when I don't think that this real estate market needs disincentives. So I personally feel that we ought to support staff's recommendations and move forward with the 6-lot proposal. And I will entertain a motion. Commissioner Shaw?
Yes, I would move that we accept the staff recommendations with all the conditions for a 6-lot subdivision and wish the developer good luck in this economic climate, such as it is.
Is there a second?
I think we need to vote on a plat of, Kathy, help us out.
I did just want to clarify, your motion is to recommend approval of the tentative plat of subdivision, subject to the conditions to the city council.
Eloquently put, yes, that's my motion.
Oh, she's so
And I'll
good.
second that revised motion.
Right.
Explain the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carried. Thank you. Oh, one thing, Mr. Byram, we did get that letter from Mr. Ellis.
Elias.
Pardon me?
Elias.
Elias. Would you make sure that somebody meets with him and see if we can see if you can provide him with the kind of the screening that he needs so that, great.
This is a little bit different than the other properties, and there's a substantial amount of natural screening already in place.
Okay.
But we will meet with him and discuss it.
Right, I mean, you and Mr. Nod came to a, acceptable conclusion. I think it would be nice if you did it here too, even though he came in a little bit late. Okay? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we're gonna move on to the hospital. Before that, I think the commissioners are probably gonna take maybe 5 minutes. We're gonna walk around the model here. I don't think none of us have seen this yet, and I think it's important to the deliberations as we move forward today. So why don't we kind of take I'm sorry, Commissioner Carris, pardon me? Well, I'll ask you that when, yeah, right. So let's just take 5 minutes and just kind of walk around the model. Of a request for a special use permit approving a new campus master plan for Northwestern Lake Forest Hospital. This is the third meeting in a series of Plan Commission meetings to consider a request from Northwestern Lake Forest Hospital for a special use permit adopting a new hospital campus master plan. Are there any conflicts of interest or ex parte contacts by members of the commission?
Chairman,
Commissioner Carris?
based on my firm's work with Northwestern Hospital downtown, I checked with the city attorney to see if there was any conflict of interest. He deemed that there was nothing of materiality, and I will testify that it will not affect my impartiality on the issue.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Before we move forward, if anybody is planning on giving public testimony, and petitioner, if you could stand up so I could swear you in. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you are about to give or have previously given is true and correct to your best knowledge? Thank you. Presentation by the petitioner.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Tom McAfee, and I am the Northwestern Lake Forest Hospital President, and I am delighted to be back in front of you again for the third time. In fact, we've been working on this project now for shortly after the close of the affiliation with Northwestern Memorial, and we are really excited to get into some detail. My team has asked me tonight to remain focused so that I could make sure that I give them adequate time to communicate in detail what you have in front of you. Tonight, I know we would like to get into some detailed analysis of a comprehensive plan that you have in your possession. As you can see, we've advanced what we believe is one of the most comprehensive models of our campus ever developed. We also will bring forward a couple of experts that we think will speak to some areas of our campus plan that we have drawn out from communication from our neighbors and our stakeholders that we feel is important, so that we help inform everyone on the unique attributes of a contemporary hospital. So let me begin by advancing some of the members of my team. Tonight, the team does remain the same as it has in the past. Carol Childs is the project manager. Carol will be providing an ongoing overview and dive into detail of the campus plan with you. We have Louis Abuno, who is our traffic consultant. He'll discuss the flow of traffic and access onto the campus and how it might be informed by the project. I also have asked Mr. Rick Kobus, who's a healthcare architect. He has been the master planner to date on this project. He is a internationally recognized healthcare architectural expert. He has spent over 30 years serving top academic healthcare centers and hospitals, large and small alike, globally. He's also the founding member of one of the most prominent and award-winning healthcare design firms in the United States. Rick will be able to speak to us in some detail on the unique attributes of a hospital and how it's best configured for patient safety. I'm also joined this evening with members of my team in the event that questions are more appropriate for them to answer. Just to talk to you a bit about the fulfillment of our commitment to our patients. As you know, this is a unique institution. It's been around for over 110 years now. It has saved countless lives in our immediate community, but it also serves a very large population. In fact, we today serve patients from southern Wisconsin over into McHenry County and into northern Cook County. We, in fact, serve a patient population that's roughly 1 million people. So I think that when people refer to Lake Forest Hospital as a community hospital, they need to understand that Lake Forest proper could never support a hospital of our caliber today. In fact, the clinicians and subspecialists that are on our staff that deliver the care expectations that we have today could not be sustained with the patient population of a much tighter community. Having said that, we also recognize as a system that we need to be available to the communities which we serve, and have worked to continue to develop our ambulatory network of care so that patients and the intensity associated with the ambulatory traffic are contained within those communities. What we're proposing is to make sure that we are advancing a cutting-edge hospital that is consistent with the expectations of Northwestern Memorial Healthcare. It has the privacy elements that you would expect in a modern-day facility. It has been equipped or will be equipped to support the latest surgical advances and medical delivery and information systems. We also need to make sure that it supports our research and our educational responsibilities of our system. We are using evidence-based best practice in our design, and we know that with the right investment that this hospital will be positioned to be successful for another 100 years. In fact, I think it's important to call out that without the support of Northwestern Memorial and the resources and the efficiencies that we could gain as a larger system, it would be difficult to maintain our operation in our current configuration for the long run. I think it's also important not to only detail what we are building, but also what we are not building. I've heard that we'll have a facility that'll be seen from downtown Lake Forest. That is not true. I've been told that we would be also contemplating a substantial retail operation. Again, the only retail that would be on the campus would be that to serve the acute care and the patient population services. So, for example, our cafeteria, our gift shop, our coffee shop, and the like. We also don't intend to build a hotel complex on the campus. Again, another point that I thought was worth calling out. Again, we do have residents that stay on our campus for some staff, and we also have residents and some longer-term care stays on our campus. But again, it's part of our acute care mission. We are a principle-based organization. You've seen these before, and of course, the one that sits atop is that we want to make sure that we continue to be a patient-first focused organization. What that means is everything we do revolves around our patient and top-tier quality and safety. We'll speak to that in a little bit more detail when Mr. Kobus drills into the contemporary designs of hospitals. That's an area that we certainly would never compromise because safety sits high on everyone's agenda. I have to say that we've also worked hard to collaborate with our community. In fact, I continue to learn with our campus partners as well as our neighbors and friends each week. In fact, in the last 2 weeks alone, I've had the privilege of speaking to over 150 residents over at Lake Forest Place to get their perspective on what we need to do in our new facility. I've also had some time with our campus partner, Open Lands. They continue to help inform me on best practices related to managing our open land and making sure that we take into consideration some thoughtful ideas they have, and we will continue to collaborate closely with that organization because our views are aligned. Community benefits. I think it's also worth noting quickly that although we are focused on bringing a level of clinical excellence to our community that everyone expects, that there are other benefits associated with this project. In fact, we believe that we will allow to have substantial increased buffers around the new facility as it's currently configured. We believe that we will have better access with emergency vehicles. We can improve stormwater management with contemporary configuration in our stormwater management and detention configuration. And we also know that we will retain open spaces and setbacks consistent with the needs of our neighbors and our organization. And we embrace pedestrian and bicycle path utilization on our campus. In fact, with Open Lands to the west and the east, we're working collaboratively to figure out how to align that as we move forward. And of course, we recognize that traffic mitigation is an issue that we have to address, and we think we have some good thoughts for you on that. Some recent activities, we've had multiple open houses with the community. We've also engaged many of the community groups in providing some insight on what we're proposing. We've continued to collaborate with the city. We've worked collaboratively with Route 41 and looking to mitigate traffic through improvements on access to that line. We also we believe that you have a very detailed master plan in front of you that has been responsive and thorough and thoughtful. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn this over to Carol so she can speak to you in great detail on the plan. Thank you.
Well, Commissioners, when we came to you in December, we brought some high-level conceptual planning ideas that talked about integrated solutions that would manage to natural features, site access, future buildings. We talked about solutions that promised to address past shortcomings of the campus as well as future opportunities. You said to us, you gave us the direction to go back and deliver to you the meat on the bones. You wanted to see the details. You requested illustrative plans, three-dimensional studies, the types of tools and studies that could give you a view into how those concepts could be brought into focus. So what this slide shows is really a table of contents of the 101-page master plan report that you have in your packet. And so we bring that to you tonight along with the campus model in front of you. And as Tom mentioned, this is a result of more than a year of collaborative working on the part of a multidisciplinary team of experts. You're going to hear tonight from a traffic expert and a healthcare architectural expert, but we've also engaged folks like Camiros, who are experts in land use planning, zoning practices, black engineering and civil engineering and land resource management, supplemented by experts in wetlands, site surveying, legal aspects, and building simulations. So we're delighted to be able to bring this plan to you tonight. And before we jump into a deep dive into a couple of issues, through the community dialogue, we've heard a lot of discussion about site access and impacts that has on the transportation structure. We've had a lot of questions about what is a bigger or newer hospital facility going to look like. So Rick is going to help us understand how we came to the building volumes and configurations that we're proposing tonight. But before we jump into that, I wanted to give you first just a quick orientation to the plan, starting with a reminder of the campus today. It's a very low-density, 160-acre campus today, situated in a residential area, flanked to the east by Route 41, the highway, with the golf course, the Skokie River, and open lands beyond. The table on the right is a summary matrix of the metrics that really demonstrate just how low a density our campus is today. But even with that, we know there's room for improvement. Specifically, the existing hospital on the southern end of the campus began life in 1941, was located before the entire parcels were assembled, and was put close to the western boundary, right next to single-family residential. And as a result of that, the legacy has been to continue to grow, to serve the growing community, to update the physical plant, but we've been anchored to that location that's in very close proximity to the neighbors. So now we have a campus today that's got 18 special use permits associated with growing in place in that southern campus. We have a central campus that's largely undeveloped, and we believe the single most significant improvement that we can make for the community and for the hospital is to relocate to a new hospital in the center of that campus and put it in the right location. So that move alone enables us to solve to all of these planning considerations that we've heard through various dialogues with community groups and other groups within the community. And Tom touched on many of these. Creating more distance, moving to the center and eastern portions of the campus with the new development, higher intensity uses, allows us to create more and better buffer zones, allows us to get 360-degree emergency vehicle access around a modern, state-of-the-art, safe facility, gives us great opportunity to mitigate against things like unintended light spill over into neighboring open spaces and residential areas. Continue to enhance the wellness and lifestyle aspects of the campus that include walking trails and bike trails, landscape amenities, and those things. And we're excited about this because we can do all of that, plus put into place a new, flexible, contemporary healthcare delivery facility that can be forward-looking, at the same time respecting the site, the Lake Forest character, and the legacy of the tradition of the hospital and the community. So our plans have really not only been informed by those planning considerations, but actually shaped by them, and in many cases, we've scaled back on some of the aspects of the plan through input from the traffic studies, input from our neighbors, what's worked in the past, what's not worked in the past. And so what we see here are two plans that we've developed for the future. The one on the left is the near-term plan, and that we're calling Phase 1. And the keystone of that is having the new facility, the new hospital facility online by 2017, consistent with our affiliation agreement. If you can see them, the yellow stars, there are a couple of elements to that near-term plan. The new hospital, the new replacement hospital, coming with that, more medical office space, and then all of that's concentrated in the center region of the campus, and then the northern portion of the campus where we have daycare and health and fitness today, we're contemplating a small expansion to the health and fitness facility. So what we have is a campus that continues to organize around these three sub-campuses, if you will, the North Campus, Center Campus, and South Campus. So across the campus in general, we're looking at having very compact footprints, being respectful of how much land we use by stacking and tiering some of the parking, configuring the buildings in a stacked way rather than spread way, and we'll understand from our architect later how that works for us as well as for best practice land use. And then we migrate that intense development and favor it toward the east to keep away from the residential areas to the west. On the right side is the long-term view of the campus. That entails expansion beyond phase one that we're contemplating, which would include an addition or expansion to the hospital. It could include medical office space with that. And the South Campus would be repurposed in that future phase. So in no event would we increase the density of the South Campus, but we would start the repurposing study to look at the existing facilities and how those might be more suitable for medical education and research functions. The power plant, we will keep that in place. It may, at the time of the long-range plan, warrant some expansion, and we'll evaluate that at that time. So if you can see the plan up there, the orange stars show you those future elements that may occur over time. So what I want to do now is to ask Lloyd to come up and talk about site access. And again, we believe by this big move to move the campus, the hospital to the center of the campus, we're able to look at site access in a wholly different way that's going to help with internal circulation, but also offload some of the stress on the transportation system beyond our boundaries. So, Louis?
Before you continue, Kathy, I noticed your beeper just went off.
Actually, there's 4.5 more minutes.
Can you switch it? And you folks are only going to need 20 minutes. You're only going to need 4 more minutes.
Would it be possible to extend that for a bit more in light of how we're tracking? Because I think it's vital that we have an opportunity to also hear these two elements of the presentation adequately.
Yes, but what are we talking about?
10 more minutes?
Oh, of course.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Louis Abuna. I'm a traffic engineer and principal with KLOA, and I'll try to limit my comments to 4 minutes. What I want to address with you tonight is the access to the hospital campus, and the enhancements that we are proposing to help distribute the traffic and enable the traffic to get in and out of the campus more efficiently. I think one of the first elements of the improvements is the additional access, or the new access point that we are proposing on Route 41. We've had extensive discussions with Illinois Department of Transportation. We've had a meeting with them regarding this access. They've been very receptive to it. We have made a formal submittal to them to start the permitting process. This is going to be a high-capacity access road, meaning that the traffic going in and out of it would be under free-flow conditions. It's going to be designed as an interchange. There will be a deceleration lane of at least 500 feet long to enable traffic coming from the north and Waukegan to enter the campus safely, and then traffic exiting the campus. It will be provided with an acceleration lane so that it could attain the prevailing speed on 41 and be able to merge. That would require us to add a third lane all the way from the right in, right out, all the way to Deerpath Road. It's a substantial improvement in order to provide that acceleration lane and the area for weaving of traffic between the hospital traffic and the traffic exiting on Deerpath. It's about 3,000 feet, so that improvement of third lane will extend all the way down. We feel that's going to be a great enhancement to the access. This is going to allow a lot of the hospital traffic to be attracted to this entry point. We estimate at minimum that 25% of the hospital traffic will use it. Currently, there is traffic that comes from the north on 41, comes down to Deerpath, makes a right, and then makes a right to go into the campus. All that traffic will be intercepted. We feel more traffic will use it. Some of the traffic that is coming from the north on Waukegan would find it more convenient to use this access to enter the campus. Conversely, for the exiting traffic, when we did our counts and observations in the area, there was a considerable amount of traffic that makes a left out of Westmoreland onto Deerpath and then the right onto the on-ramp. With this right out and the hospital being located centrally on the campus, this would be considerably more convenient for people to exit directly and continue south on 41. And we feel that will also attract more traffic versus the traffic that currently comes around, goes down south on Waukegan. We feel that some of that will also be rerouted to use the 41 campus. Similarly, for the truck traffic, this would be another entry point for them so that more of that truck traffic would use this access point and minimizing the amount of truck traffic that needs to be on Deerpath and use the interchange with Route 41. At the intersection of Deerpath and Westmoreland, even though we are anticipating a considerable reduction in traffic, even with Phase 1 traffic, we see that the traffic through that intersection will be less. The hospital is contemplating doing improvements here that would include the realignment of Westmoreland with Children. So we have a four-legged intersection with better sight lines, better traffic flow. We're looking at increasing the stacking of the eastbound left turn lane to help the movement of traffic into the campus. And also we're going to add a westbound deceleration lane. So as cars come from the east and Deerpath, slowing down to enter the campus will not impede the through traffic on Deerpath. On Waukegan, we are introducing a new curb cut, which would be a right-in, right-out. It would be aligned approximately opposite Middle Fork on the west side. Like I said, the driveway would be a right-in, right-out. We will be widening Waukegan to provide a northbound right turn lane into the campus. It'll be a stop sign controlled intersection. But again, we feel that this driveway will help relieve the traffic on Deerpath because of the relocation of the hospital to central part of the campus. Traffic that currently comes northbound on Waukegan and uses Deerpath to enter the campus now will be more convenient for them to continue northbound on Waukegan, use the right turn lane, enter the hospital campus more easily. And this will also allow people that want to go north on Waukegan to use that and provide some relief to Westmoreland traffic at the signal. So I believe overall this access plan provides a great enhancement over existing conditions and more importantly provides the relief of traffic to Deerpath and Westmoreland. And with that, I will turn it over to Rick Kobus, talk about the hospital design best practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. I'd like to, let me see. I'd just like to address a few key issues about the hospital design. Let me start by saying that we have looked at the planning for this hospital from the perspective first of patient safety. We think that absolutely paramount. I'll talk more about that in a moment. We're also concerned about the experience for patients, their family members, as well as for the staff, and the satisfaction of those who use this hospital. We're also very cognizant of the impacts of healthcare reform on the design of a new hospital. Healthcare reform makes the hospital accountable and having to measure both patient safety and quality as part of its performance standards. And so all of our healthcare clients are looking very carefully at these issues and really looking hard at ways in which they can improve their performance in these areas. We've applied those standards to our hospital. It also places a great emphasis on the reduction of cost, and so efficiency in operating costs is critically important. The healthcare industry is one of the most highly regulated industries in the country. We actually have our own building code in addition to the standard building code that requires us to build, for instance, rooms of specific sizes and ceiling heights. Also provides for the requirements that, for instance, patients' information can only be displayed in certain ways so as to maintain patient privacy. So that highly regulated nature of these buildings is also reflected in best practices for design. The building will need to be scalable, flexible, and adaptable. We want to apply sustainable design practices. Hospitals are 24-hour-a-day buildings, so they're inherently energy consumptive. So we want to make sure that we design the hospital to be as sustainable as possible, and we want to make sure that the building can accommodate technological change as we go forward. I wanted to address the question of floor-to-floor height for hospitals because it's really different than the floor-to-floor height for residential buildings or a hotel or office buildings. The current recommendations, the current best practice for hospitals for an inpatient floor, this is the floor on which inpatient beds are located, is an overall height of 15 feet. And what I'm showing in this diagram, let's see if this reaches all the way over there, just barely, is a section through the outside wall of the building. Well, that is not good. There we go, sorry. And so what you're seeing here is the outside wall of the building, one floor, the floor above, an overall height of 15 feet from floor to floor. Approximately 6 feet of that height is consumed by building structure, mechanical and electrical equipment, piping and lighting, leaving a ceiling clear height in the patient room of about 9 feet. That 9 feet is desirable and in fact required by the kinds of equipment that's brought into the patient room these days. For instance, there's very often patient lifts brought into the room that actually lift the patient out of the bed and bring them, for instance, into the patient toilet. Also, C-arm radiology equipment is brought into the room frequently so the patient doesn't have to be moved from the bed. That requires the higher ceiling height of about 9 feet. And so that gives us the overall height for the floor heights of 15 feet. The typical diagnostic and treatment floor, and when I refer to diagnostic and treatment, these are the floors that house the operating rooms, the cath labs, the angiography rooms, endoscopy, bronchoscopy, all of the procedural rooms of the hospital, as well as all the imaging equipment of the hospital. So the example on the upper left is a very high-tech OR, which would be required by the increased acuity with the subspecialties that will be working in this hospital. A couple of examples of imaging equipment, a CT scanner and an MRI, both of which also have requirements for fairly high ceiling heights in all those locations. These floors require an overall floor-to-floor height. Again, this is a section through the building, so from one floor to the other, the space from the floor to the ceiling, in this case, is about 8 feet. Again, about 3 feet for structure. Rooms like the ORs, many of the imaging rooms, have a very high requirement for airflow so that the ductwork in those areas becomes very large. To reduce energy utilization, we try to use low-pressure ductwork as much as we can so that we don't have to push the air hard through the system. That also improves the performance in the ORs where you want a gentle flow of air over the OR table. You don't want to blast the OR table with air. And so we really want to use rather large ductwork for those things. And then we have, so we've got overall about 8 feet of space from floor to ceiling, leaving us a clear height in those rooms of about 10 feet. And as you can see, this equipment needs at least 10 feet in order for it to perform correctly. So what we're requesting here are diagnostic and therapeutic floors at about 18 feet and inpatient bed floors at a total of about 15 feet each. Then lastly, I just want to address the overall organization of the hospital. We looked both at a horizontal arrangement of the hospital on the right-hand side where we would have the diagnostic and therapeutic platform with the beds alongside of it, side saddle if you will, where we have a flow for service and a flow for the public here. This configuration requires a larger floor plate. It requires consuming more of the site area. It increases the travel distances for patients, family members, and staff. And most importantly, it increases response time in emergency situations. So we recommend and prefer the vertical orientation that you see here, where we have a 3-story plinth, again, or 2-story plinth, forgive me, and then the bed floors, the 3 bed floors stacked on top of the plinth. That diagram is actually shown on the model, and you were looking at the model earlier today. Again, we have one side of the floor organized for service, the other side of the floor organized for the public. We call that on stage and off stage so that we can separate the service flows from the public flows. We find that this kind of configuration will save a considerable amount of travel distance for each movement of staff or patient in the hospital. For instance, it will save at least 200 feet to move from the public elevators to the patient rooms. That saves about 1 minute. Now, 1 minute, that may not seem like a lot of time, but in an emergency situation, every second counts. So doctors refer to 3 minutes from shock to drop. If you can't treat a patient and intervene within 3 minutes, you may lose the patient. And so adding a minute to that time actually becomes a really complicating factor in the overall design of a hospital. So for that reason, we recommend the vertical configuration of the hospital. Most modern hospitals today, I think at least 5-to-1 ratio, are designed on a vertical configuration. I would reference the design of all of the replacement hospitals in California. California is replacing many of their hospitals for seismic purposes. So they're probably the state of the art of hospital replacement right now. And I can't think of a single California hospital that's been designed in a horizontal versus vertical configuration because of these efficiency considerations and most importantly because of the patient safety considerations. So that is our recommendation. I will tell you that the current height that's been recommended, which is about 81 feet, is a compromise. Our original recommendation for this was about 20 feet higher. We agreed with the hospital to reconfigure the mechanical configurations of this hospital so that we could reduce the height in response to the concerns of our neighbors for this facility. With that, Tom?
I know we're out of time, so I'll be brief. I just think that it's worth just repeating that, that we think that this is a well-thought-out plan that is taking patient safety at the forefront in its design. I think we've been thoughtful and responsive, and we'll continue to collaborate with our community and our campus partners, and I think it's absolutely vital. And as the president of this hospital, this is an incredibly important project for the long-term viability of our institution. Thank you for your time, and we're open for questions.
Thank you. Identification of issues by staff.
I know there are a lot of people who want to speak tonight, so I will keep my comments brief. Want to cover 3 or 4 items. I want to review the process with you. I want to remind you what you are looking at, what you are charged with. I want to suggest an approach you might use. This is a tremendous amount of information, and even though you've already seen this a couple times, I want to suggest a process you might want to use tonight to move through some of this. And then I want to just highlight some key issues, overall issues that have come up in staff discussions that I've heard from residents and that we are continuing to discuss with the hospital. Process, just quickly a reminder again that the city of Lake Forest is primarily zoned residential. The city does not have governmental zoning or institutional zoning. We do have a special use permit process that requires institutions and institutions throughout our communities, churches, schools, private clubs, some city facilities, the hospital and the college, to come before the city and ask for permission to enhance, to grow, to change their institutions. And we do that through a special use permit process. What is before you at this meeting, which is the 3rd meeting you've held on this item, is a request for adoption of a new master plan for the hospital campus. The hospital located at this site well before the city code had any requirement for a special use permit. As the hospital grew and changed incrementally since the 40s when it located on this site, as was noted, there have been a series of special use permits. To really expand the hospital in the right way, it is appropriate, and we really encourage the hospital and applaud them for coming forward using a master planning process. The master plan isn't going to get to the details. It's not going to tell us what the building's going to look like, what architectural style, what the exterior materials might be, but what it will do is provide some certainty as to how the campus is going to grow over time, what types of uses are going to occur on the campus, what types of uses aren't going to occur on the campus. And it is going to allow the Plan Commission and the City Council to really look at what's proposed and assure that the capacity of the site, that neither the capacity of the site nor the capacity of surrounding infrastructure is exceeded. So what you're being asked to do is look at this master plan, not in a way that it answers every single question, but to get it to a point where you are comfortable that what is presented in the plan will not have unintended consequences on the community or on the immediate neighbors. You will act on the master plan. Your action will be a recommendation to the City Council. The City Council will then take final action on the master plan. And again, that master plan will be adopted through a special use permit. The special use permit itself will be adopted through an ordinance, and that ordinance I would expect we'll have a number of conditions, as have previous special use permits. That ordinance does carry the force of law. Those conditions do need to be satisfied on an ongoing basis, and the city always retains the ability to revoke a special use permit for any aspect of use or any particular facility on the site. Once this master plan is approved, it's not forever, but what it will do is certainly guide the short-term development of the campus and really set a framework and set some intentions and establish some findings for future development of the campus. So in 15 years, in 7 years, in 27 years, the hospital certainly may come forward and ask for amendments to the plan, but those amendments would also need to come through a public process. So that's just a reminder on the master planning process. Suggestions for how you might want to approach this tonight. You have a 100-page document in front of you. What you may want to do is identify some key areas of focus. And I'll try and do that. I tried to do that in the staff report, and I'll try and do that a little bit for you in a moment. And really provide direction to the petitioner and to staff. Do you have enough information on a particular aspect? Are you comfortable with a particular aspect? Are there certain aspects of the plan where you need more information, where you would like to see significant modifications, where you would like to see minor modifications? Are there aspects or community issues that the plan completely misses? The more direction and input you can provide to us tonight through your discussion and deliberation, the better staff will be able to work with the hospital team, really sit down and hone in on those issues and do further study as you ask, and bring you an appropriately refined plan. As I mentioned, city staff has worked very closely with hospital staff. City staff from the police department, the fire department, our streets department, water sewer, our engineering department, our senior center, representatives of City Hall have all been involved in one way or another in meetings with the hospital and in reviewing the plan. Through those discussions and through many calls we've received from the public, through some calls that some elected officials have received, we do know that there are some key issues. We know that traffic is a key issue, that really understanding at the build-out of this hospital, how many vehicle trips are we talking about as a maximum? And are the improvements planned really going to be able to adequately handle that traffic and handle it in a way that there are no unintended consequences for the city? The staff direction was that the access to Route 41 is really a key to happen in conjunction with this hospital, and that traffic really needs to be directed east and west to the 41 and to Waukegan, roads that are really built to accommodate this level of traffic. Deerpath is one of 2 major east-west connectors in Lake Forest. We don't have many ways to get east and west, so it is really imperative that traffic on Deerpath doesn't increase significantly, and it also is important that the character of that street as a main road in our community is preserved. So traffic is a key issue. Related to that is parking, and really understanding how parking is going to be treated and what the counts there are. So traffic and certainly impact on the community, impact on the immediate neighbors, and that takes the form of visual impacts, whether it's signage, whether it's lighting impact, whether it's right to night and assuring that development of this campus in an area very close to a significant open lands area really takes into account that we are a dark community, and for years the community has really preferred to stay that way. Understanding building mass, and certainly building height is part of that. Understanding perimeter treatment of the campus, particularly in areas where the campus abuts the single-family homes. Understanding how the open space map that's included in the master plan corresponds or doesn't correspond to building setbacks. Looking possibly at refinements. As we talk about building height or building setback, there may be some further refinements we can do in that area, talking about portions of the building that could reach certain heights, while other built structures on the campus remain at a lower height. And I guess the last comment I would make is certainty. Master plans are really intended to provide certainty. Certainty for the hospital, so that looking forward, they know what they can receive support for from the community, that they can make their plans and they can move forward, and they don't have to come back every step of the way for every structure and come back through a process. But also certainty for the city, certainty for the broader community, and certainly certainty for the neighboring residences. Just in summary, all those issues really require a careful balance. This is a very unique use in our community. Anything you do here really is not precedent setting. You may hear some comparisons to building heights in Conway Park. Conway Park is really a very different use. It's located in a different area. It's near the tollway. On this campus, we need to look at it as this is the only hospital in Lake Forest. It is a very unique use. It has some very unique demands. The hospital has been an important community tradition for many, many, many years. So there is a balance, and it's not going to be an easy balance. But again, I would just end with saying the more direction you can provide tonight, the more questions you can identify. If there are areas where you are comfortable setting aside, are you comfortable with the mix of use, then maybe we check that item off the list so that we can focus on other items as we come back to you.
Thank you. Questions or requests for clarification from commission to petitioner or staff, beginning with Commissioner Carris?
I've got one or two questions, if I may. And I'd like to begin from the north part of the campus, if I could, just to get some clarity. First of all, I appreciate the layout that you presented here, the model. It's very helpful to us. So going from the north part of the campus to the south, my understanding is the only expansion contemplated in the northern part of the campus is the Health and Fitness Center. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I appreciate you all moving that right turn and right turn out lane further north, allowing for more stacking of traffic and alleviating some of the potential problems on 41. Do you have a rough traffic count, of stacking count of cars that can go into there? Because I understand there's going to be at Westmoreland from that road a stop sign. So there would be some backup and traffic stacking.
Inventoried that for us.
Great.
Right. We have, I presume you're talking about the distance as you come in and you hit the Westmoreland. It's about 500 to 600 feet.
Okay.
So we've made sure there's plenty of room so that traffic does not have to slow down and back up anything onto 41. But it could accommodate 20 to 25 cars without a problem.
Okay. I'll continue then and go down the list through traffic then, since you're up here. Because that's really an area of one of my major concerns with the plan. You talked about the additional third lane being constructed all the way from the right turn in, right turn out, all the way to Deerpath.
Correct.
On 41.
Yes.
What happens to it then? You know, the bridge is a small old bridge at that point. Does it just dead end? Does it merge back into the two lanes? How does that work?
The third lane is being added is on the west side of 41.
Right.
So currently, if you go down south on 41, you have the off-ramp, and that's when it peels off. So basically, you see that ramp getting off there.
Yeah.
So that's really the third lane. So what we're doing is we're taking wherever that widening is happening now and just extending it north all the way to the right out.
Okay.
So we're not touching the bridge, we're not touching Deerpath. All we're doing is we're creating that third lane to allow for the traffic exiting the hospital to accelerate and get into the main line, and then also create the auxiliary part of it for the weaving of traffic that is coming off 41 so they can get off and get off on Deerpath.
Okay. And related to that, you talk about the right turn in, right turn out, and alleviating traffic on Deerpath. An additional concern that I have is once people get into the campus from the north, trucks, et cetera, and they come out of the campus, whether it be a right turn in lane onto 41 or they come out Deerpath, they've got to make that back northern direction somewhere around the bridge and on Deerpath.
Right.
Because if they come back right turn in out of the property onto 41, they're gonna be getting off at Deerpath on the bridge there and reversing themselves. Have you studied that? Have you looked at the traffic considerations of that? Because what I think we're doing here is not necessarily alleviating traffic on Deerpath, but we may be just moving it over to the bridge as opposed to Westmoreland and Deerpath. Does that make sense?
I guess I'm not following you. I mean, if the traffic currently coming from the north, in order for it to get to the hospital campus, they have to exit onto Deerpath. That traffic now will be intercepted with the right in. The traffic that needs to go south on 41 today, they have to make the left out onto Deerpath from Westmoreland and then make the right to go south on 41. All of that traffic will be intercepted because now they can make it directly on 41.
Right.
Which
but-
movement are you talking about?
Well, we're increasing the density of the site as well. So,
We should clarify that the trucks don't use that access. Those come from Waukegan. I think that was part of your question about trucks.
the trucks were part of the question, but overall traffic, we're increasing the density.
Right.
And understand that.
I understand.
So there's gonna be more traffic that's created.
Right.
I'm really concerned about the issues around the bridge where we have some safety concerns and what have you. And I know we're talking about addressing that with the state.
Right.
But I'd like to understand further if that was
Right.
looked at by you all.
Absolutely.
And what.
And what I alluded in my direct presentation, when I said the traffic at Westmoreland and Deerpath will be reduced, it will not be only reduced because of the existing traffic reassignment. Even when you factor in Phase 1, that traffic will be still less than what currently goes through the intersection of Deerpath and Westmoreland. Now, there are other factors that you have to take into consideration. The fact that the hospital now is moving from here to there, that is going to cause more traffic to want to be and stay on Waukegan Road. So if you're coming from the south on Waukegan, what we noticed when we did our counts and observations, a lot of people are making right to go east on Deerpath and then making the left to go north on Westmoreland. Now, they don't have to do that. Now they stay on Waukegan, come up north, and make a right at the new right in, right out. So the rebalancing of traffic is really multifaceted. It's not only related to 41, it's related to 41, related to additional access in 43, but also related to the relocation of the hospital more to the north and closer to Waukegan Road.
Okay, thank you. And so what is the status of the discussions with the Department of Transportation with regard to the bridge, the 41 bridge over Deerpath?
Well, when we had the meeting here with the department and with the city, that issue was brought up. The department at this point, they don't have the interchange on their capital improvement program. The staff is making a recommendation as one of the conditions of approval that, that the hospital together with the city, works with the state in order to make that a priority and make that the interchange part of their capital improvement program. So we have already done some of the work. We have already studied the intersection. There'll probably be some more work to be done as far as looking at, what enhancements could be done, as far as sight lines, as far as, proper lane channelization and so forth. And maybe with that and with the help of the city, the state would take the next step and make that more of a priority, so it becomes a project that they would look to fund in the future.
Right, thank you.
Mr. Shaw?
No, a couple more questions not related to traffic, though.
Fine.
With regard to, you noted the height of the building being 81 feet. You mentioned Conway, Kathy. Is there an example? I believe you floated a balloon on Monday. I wasn't able to attend, referencing the sight lines of the building. Is there an example that exists either in this community or elsewhere that we can use as a reference point for that 81 feet?
Yeah, there are some landmarks to look to. The Opus building in the Route 60 corridor, Kathy had given us an inventory of the tallest buildings in Lake Forest, and that cluster represents the tallest in our community. And the Opus building is in this, I don't remember the exact number, 74 or 76 feet tall, and we're talking 81 here. On that model, some height references, those high-tension wire towers that you see depicted there are 149 feet tall. Our communication tower on the northern end of the campus near the child care center is 140 feet tall. So on that model, that gives you some reference to height.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Okay.
And I'm concerned.
The model?
No,
the
you
whole
were
thing?
talking, you were saying about the cell tower, and you
Oh,
were
yes,
drawing,
yes.
you were
There is
drawing
a-
comparisons, and I
Sure.
was thinking about something else. I just
Sure,
wanted you to repeat.
absolutely. The communication cell tower that's along Route 41 near our child care center is 140 feet tall. The high-tension wires that go on the east side of Route 41 are 149 feet tall. And you can see those in the model against the proposed future building at 81 feet, plus a mechanical penthouse.
I'm sorry, Jim, go ahead.
No problem. One other question that I raised last time, which was with regard to the helipad, is there a plan for increased use of the helipad or increased traffic with the use of the helipad via this plan?
Not at this time. I think that we use, we typically, in fact, we don't fly patients in, we fly patients out. So burn and pediatric cases, severe trauma cases that might need that level of transport. So the intention would be to keep that at its current location, at least as planned right now, and the answer is no. I also think that it's worth noting, to your previous question, with the increased activity associated with this project, it's important to remember that we're referring to, this is a replacement hospital. It certainly is referencing an increase with the medical office space. In fact, we're at capacity today. We don't have any excess medical offices on the campus. So the number of beds, it's largely to accommodate a contemporary configuration. And there are forces working both ways, as I had mentioned earlier in one of the previous presentations, that are pushing down utilization and pushing care closer to the home, while we also see changes in the demographics. So I think it's important to note that we're not proposing a doubling of intensity on the campus, especially in the short term, since between now and 2017, we'll continue to use the facility, and it'll be a new facility that we'd want to optimize before thinking about, stepping outside of that.
Okay, thank you. And one other question. I keep faking you out, don't I, Chairman?
Yeah, you're doing it.
With regard, and then going down to the South Campus, which is related to your point, there's some contemplation of expanding the offices on the South Campus as well at some point, some phase in the future, is that correct? And do you have a concept of how much?
The answer is we would hope to be able to reuse a good portion of the South Campus, but at this point in time, between now and 2017, it's going to be fully occupied. We think there's an opportunity to advance translational research. We will be serving an educational and research function as part of an academic medical center, so we think that some of those facilities will be optimal. So with residents and fellows, medical students using the facility, it would be nice to have some accommodations. But until we're further down and closer to being able to vacate those facilities, we haven't been able to really get into great detail on those plans. We also believe that the density on the South Campus would never exceed what it is today. So if we do plan to modify the facilities at some point or reuse some and modify others, that we wouldn't propose to increase the density, because we recognize that we don't want to overload the campus and its support.
And one last question, going back to the Central Campus and the main new hospital facility. I understand you do your metrics by beds, the number of beds, but is there a square footage translation you can give us as to the size of that location, that facility, as well as the additional adjacent building as well?
Sure, Carol, you have the specifics, right?
Yeah, actually, in our report, we have a description of the Phase 1 hospital, and you'll find that we're talking about a facility that would be up to as much as 500,000 square feet to replace what we have today, which is about 360,000 square feet, to get it to contemporary standards, upgraded mechanical systems, separated circulation patterns, and those type of modern features. So that's not to say that that's what we will build. We still have yet before us to go through the state and the Illinois Facilities Planning Board. which is the authority that would grant us the number of beds that would be appropriate to our market, that's benchmarked against other things that are happening in that area, in that bed area, and our past utilizations. So the plan we're asking for gives us an outer boundary of what might transpire, but it would in no means be larger than that, most likely smaller than that.
I also think that it's worth calling out that some of the nuances of a contemporary configuration compared to what we have today. So Rick had mentioned on-stage, off-stage. So making sure that we can separate patient transport from and supply and support functions from that of visitor and patient activity is important. So that adds some additional space, but it also is a better environment for patient care, privacy, and infection control and safety. In addition, moving from some semi-private accommodations to private will literally more than double the square footage associated with those beds. So simply moving from point A to point B, but putting in the contemporary standards, also explains a good portion of that increase. Again, I think it's important to recognize that it's exceedingly expensive, of course, to build healthcare design, and we also want to be responsive to our community and not over-investing in unused space. We also have the Illinois Health Facility Planning Board hurdles to justify any proposed increase as well.
And one last question. With the current lighting configuration in the parking lot is, I think, pretty good. Is it considered to be, are you contemplating the similar type of lighting for the parking structures in the future as well, to match what currently exists?
That's a good.
Yes, we'd be looking to do that type of lighting or better. The technologies have improved since we've installed that lighting, but part of our design agenda is to be a LEED certified facility, and one of the principles of that U.S. Green Building Council is to install lighting that's not only energy efficient, but also it doesn't spill over onto others. So that it drives us to not put in any more than we need, no more foot candles than is safe, and also to find fixtures and lamp styles that direct the light where it's needed and nowhere else.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Shaw.
First question would be, the new 41 access that you're talking about on here, is there any estimate as to how much of the traffic that currently enters from Deerpath would be reduced if you actually picked up the new 41 access?
Louis?
I'm sorry, I wasn't near the microphone. Did you hear my question?
Yes, I believe so. You're asking how much reduction in traffic would be at Deerpath and Westmoreland as a result?
Yes.
Based on the counts that we did, currently about 55% of the hospital traffic uses Westmoreland at Deerpath, and the rest, of course, on Waukegan. When we do these enhancements, that number, our estimation, drops to 30%.
Does that take into consideration, though, that you may have increased traffic?
Yes.
Because the hospital's bigger?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Second question regarding the 41 access. What effect will the new access on 41 have upon the traffic flow into the exit at Deerpath right now?
Well, I mean, part of the improvements we're making, that additional third lane all the way to Deerpath, is to address two things. One is to provide the necessary area for the acceleration, what we call the acceleration lane, so cars exiting the campus, just like now when you enter 41 from Deerpath, you have that acceleration lane so you can attain the necessary speed to merge. So we're providing for that, but then we're also providing the additional lane to allow for the weaving that would occur between the traffic that is accelerating and the traffic is slowing down. So that design accounts for both, and we're located far enough that we meet IDOT's guidelines for separation of a driveway from a ramp, and also being able to provide the acceleration lane.
When you say the ramp, you mean the ramp at Deerpath?
Yes.
Okay. What effect will this new 41 access have on Gage's Lane to the north?
Well, we are about 1,800 feet south of Gage. We are providing a deceleration lane of about 500 feet between the taper and the storage area. So we have no effect whatsoever. The traffic that is going to come and enter our facility will not cause any impact on the flow on 41, so will, in turn, will not cause any impact on Gage.
And there won't be any attempt to have a entrance into the facility from Gage Lane?
That is not our intention at this time, no.
Okay. When you say it's not your intention.
Well,
is that-
our plan does not reflect any connection to Gage, no.
What is the likelihood that you'll be able to get permission from IDOT to do the new access on 41?
Like I said, we had a meeting with IDOT. They confirmed that 41 is not an access control, which means we don't have to do anything extraordinary to regain the access control back from the state. So they're treating it as a normal permit process through the local District 1 office. They were very encouraging when we met with them, and as long as we design it as they have asked, which is a ramp interchange as opposed to a regular right in, right out, we feel that we will get IDOT's blessing for this.
Next question would go
Can I
back.
just
oh,
clarify,
go ahead.
just to make sure folks understand? We did have a meeting in early December that with IDOT that was hosted by the city engineers, district chief of IDOT, IDOT's engineering team, and our senator, along with the city manager, Tom McAfee, and hospital representatives, to talk about the importance of this direct access to the community and to the future of the hospital. And we came away from that meeting with agreement that it was possible, it was the right thing to do, and we needed to advance it to discussions between the engineering teams to come up with a safe and practical solution. So we have submitted that application, and it's in the hands of engineering staff at IDOT to review.
Okay, to pivot off that, ma'am, assume hypothetically that IDOT doesn't approve it, what effect or what backup plan do you have then to deal with traffic congestion? Or maybe he's the better person to answer.
Well, I believe the plan is that, we will have it. We have no indication of why we wouldn't have the access. It meets all of IDOT's criteria. It meets their spacing requirements. It meets their design criteria. We don't feel that there will be any compelling reasons why IDOT would reject it.
So you don't have a plan B if they don't accept it?
Well, if the plan would be obviously then to continue to use the current access plus the enhancements that we're proposing, the right in, right out on Waukegan. We talked about the reorientation of traffic to Waukegan Road, so obviously that will continue to happen. We are upgrading the intersection of Westmoreland and Deerpath with the additional turn lanes and the realignment of the intersection. We are making a host of enhancements and improvements as well as the right in, right out on 41.
Okay. What type of, can you estimate what, maybe this goes better to one of the other petitioners, representatives. Do you know what type of density, what percentage of the property or the entire campus is covered by either roadway or parking lot or buildings right now?
Yes, we have calculated those numbers. And let's see if let me find those for you. Surface parking today covers about 11% of the site. The future build-out, it would be between 14 and 15% of the site, depending on the amount of structured parking we would put into that plan. The open space calculations that we put forward to you include all of the open space minus the building footprints, major roadways, and parking lots. So today that we have 80% open space under that definition, and the future plans would have no less than 65%. And we have a table on average, and we have a table that breaks that down for you by north, south, and central campus. So, for instance, on the north campus, it would be maintained at 75% open space. You know, we have that little bit of addition to the Health and Fitness Center that drops that down some. Central campus with the new hospital is the most intensive with a 50% open space. South campus, 60%, blended average of about 65% over the whole 160 acres.
What is the north right now?
The north right now is, I don't know if I have that number in front of me. I can get back to you on that. I don't want to misstate. It's pretty close to the 75% because we're only adding a footprint of about 10 or 12,000 square feet. So I would say it's a negligible difference.
What's the decrease from the central?
Well, the central campus today, the orange lines up there, if you can see those on those plans, show you the demarcation lines that we're defining as north, central, and south.
Yes.
And so that's the largely undeveloped portion of the campus. The only thing that falls within the
When you say
orange
that,
line-
you mean central?
Yeah, the central, correct. So the only structure that's within the orange line today is an existing medical office building, our 900 medical office building. So that open space percentage is going to be quite high, but for the parking lots, there are parking areas there. So I could flip back to the existing plan. Does that help you to visualize that? There you go.
So a sizable portion of, a lot of the development, as you seemed to indicate earlier, is going to go on in the central area.
Correct. The concentration of new development is going to be in that central region of the campus. So
What about the south area?
So the south campus will remain largely what you see today. We don't contemplate adding additional square footage to what's there today. What we do foresee is once that's completely repopulated, we would put in additional parking in the form of a structured parking garage over the top of some existing parking areas. And just as a footnote, if you had looked back into one of our recent special use permits, there was an additional medical office building and a 3-tiered structured garage as part of that previous plan. So that's, the south campus is really consistent with that previous plan. It's no different, no more dense, just accommodating the parking that comes with that.
So what is the south right now?
In terms of
Coverage?
the south campus coverage today, I don't know if we have that. I'd have to, I can bring that back to you. I'm sure it's been calculated, I just don't have it at my fingertips.
Do you know if the reduction in the south, or I should say, yeah, the reduction in open area for the south is similar to the northern reduction?
Actually, it's, I'm gonna say it's negligible to zero, because again, the only added structure would be a parking deck on top of existing surface
So you're going
parking.
up instead of out?
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
All right.
So that wouldn't change from what it is today.
Okay. A question thank you. Question for staff. You were talking about the master plan. Let's assume hypothetically that something gets approved at our next meeting that's before us. What is the process for the hospital to go from one phase to the next phase to the next phase? Do they always have to come back then for like phase 2, phase 3 types of situations and go through the same process again, or are we giving them prospective support for that?
It will depend on the special use permit that's recommended. What is proposed in this plan is some fairly certain parameters for the near-term phase, for phase 1 as it's described in the plan. But this plan also goes further and talks about the future phase. As you just heard, that the future phase really involves the adaptive reuse of the south campus. And as part of that, no additional square footage in buildings is proposed. Reuse of the buildings is proposed. The plan talks about the types of uses that would be permitted in that area, educational, research, perhaps some residential units to accommodate employees. And you also heard that some of the surface parking would be replaced with structure parking.
You mean going up? Right, okay.
Correct. If the future phase complies with all of that, then the hospital could move forward with not only phase 1, but also with the future phase. If, however, after the build out of phase 1, there are some different ideas, and there's thought about a building coming down, or a significant building coming down, or significant changes in circulation patterns, then that would be enough to bring the plan back to you as an amendment. So it really depends. It's gonna depend on your discussion and depend where you end up after your last meeting. We would bring you back a series of conditions that would clarify how much construction could occur without coming back through an amendment process.
And this would be something that we would be, let's assume hypothetically that the next meeting is where we're called upon to vote. Would these conditions be presented to us at that time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Newman?
I just have a couple questions. Could you go back to the previous slide with the 2 phases? There you go. On the right is, at the bottom, you mentioned power plant expansion. I haven't really heard much about power plant. If you could explain quickly what the current power plant is and how you might expand it. I saw in the write-up here that there was a mention of 100,000 square foot cogeneration plant with the word maybe, and usually maybe becomes for certain when you're asking for things. Could you explain what that means? I also had a question about the upcoming referendum about aggregation. Does that have any effect on you in terms of your cost of power? I'm sure this whole point is to hold down the cost of power, but could you give us just a little bit on that, please?
Well, let me speak a little bit about what cogeneration is on our campus. That was through the foresight of some of our facility trustees many years ago, and it's really allowed us to hedge the cost of energy on the campus. What cogeneration is if we certainly have emergency generators that are available when we lose power. Cogeneration allows us to take the campus off the grid at points in time where economically it's attractive, or the utilities indicate that demand is such that they ask us to go on cogen, and therefore we will go ahead and go off the grid. And so it also adds a level of safety to our hospital that's quite unique. In fact, if there is a disaster that knocks out quite a few lines, we have that flexibility to maintain operation, and in fact have used it in the past.
You talk about the bulk of a facility like that listed at 100,000 square feet, what it might look like, or?
Yeah, the cogeneration is in place today, but I don't think it's anything close to.
Either we have a typo.
It's 2,000 feet.
Yeah, no, right. Yeah.
Okay.
That's incorrect if that's what you see in there.
Right. I think that if we needed to expand it, it would be modest.
Okay. My next question has to do also with traffic, and the one traffic issue that I don't think has been addressed here is northbound 41 exit, turning left onto Westmoreland. That's just a very difficult left turn right now, and if this facility generates more traffic in and out, fair chunk of that in terms of employees or visitors for hospital uses may come from the south. I see Senator Garrett in the audience. She's messed with the idea of reconfiguring that 41. Has there been any discussion of that? I don't see anything in here that changes that left turn. That's a really dangerous left turn.
We don't disagree that it is a difficult interchange. The sidelines, particularly on that off-ramp, is difficult because of the railroad bridge to the east. What we have found, based on our observations, that not a lot of the hospital traffic today comes northbound on 41 and they make a left-hand turn. We probably think it's between 5 and 10% only do that. What we feel is going to happen with the relocation of the hospital campus is the more people would be more inclined to be on Waukegan Road, and perhaps make a decision earlier to either get on Waukegan or turn to connect to Waukegan prior to having to navigate this difficult intersection, and therefore instead will become a northbound movement on Waukegan and then can turn right at the right in, right out into the hospital campus.
Right, but an earlier discussion talked about how you would draw from surrounding communities, and if those are Highland Park or Glencoe or those kind of places, any kind of GPS that somebody would have in their car would direct them up 41 to that exit at Westmoreland. And if you're not increasing the number of beds, but you're gonna increase the volume of the work that you do at the hospital, I would think that that would only increase, especially in that morning window from 7 to 9 or whatever it
Right.
might be. Any thoughts about how to deal with that?
Well, once again, like I indicated earlier, we'll continue to work with the city to approach IDOT, to look at this issue very seriously and move it up on their radar screen so it becomes part of their capital improvement program, so they look for funding. City staff is suggesting that we work with them, doing some kind of a pre-phase 1 study to present to the state in terms of looking at solutions to improve the condition at this interchange, which is, currently is a challenge. So obviously, it's not only related to the hospital traffic, but also to the motoring public in general. So this is something that will continue to work with the city in order to get the state to address this issue.
Do you have a thought on that, Kathy?
I can add that the city actually sees the hospital project as leverage to really help us push forward this project that we've been interested in for a very long time. And staff's intent is to bring this forward with a condition that we will recommend to you that requires the hospital not only to collaborate and be a partner with the city in approaching state elected officials and IDOT and whoever we need to, but as part of the larger community support, we will be looking to the hospital for financial support of that initial study, that conceptual intersection design study or interchange design study. We have had many discussions with IDOT, and we've heard loud and clear that this isn't on the 5-year plan, it isn't on the 10-year plan, and we've heard sometimes references to 45 or 50 years. This is our opportunity. This is a significant project, and if we're going to make a change to that intersection, this is the leverage we need to do it.
That's all I have.
Commissioner Culbertson? Just one question along the same lines. The traffic that's exiting southbound by way of the new ingress would have to recycle back north again. Most likely, wouldn't it be off of Westmoreland to Deerpath 41 North?
Well, some of them do that today. So we anticipate that some of these people will continue to do that. However, given the fact that the hospital is being relocated further north, we anticipate that more people would be desirous to go north on Waukegan and perhaps go to 176 and then connect back to 41. So I think you're going to see a little bit more of a rebalancing of the traffic as a result of that too. But undoubtedly, there will be some that will continue to do that, but we don't feel that it's going to be as significant as what it is today.
I really hate to ask the next question. Has there been any consideration of a traffic light at Westmoreland and Deerpath?
Lots. For a number of years, there's been many discussions about that. And from the staff perspective, a traffic light at Westmoreland and Deerpath would help the hospital, but it would be a detriment to the community as a whole. There also is a concern that signalizing the Deerpath-Westmoreland intersection could cause backups into that interchange of 41 and Deerpath. So until that issue gets resolved, to do something that would improve traffic levels on Westmoreland, but significantly decrease traffic levels on Deerpath, and again, really impact the community, impact the character. We've heard many times that there are already too many traffic lights on Deerpath. We don't think that is a good solution. We think there are some other alternatives. We've discussed some alternatives with the hospital, including making Westmoreland one-way at Deerpath, making Westmoreland a right-in, right-out only. Some of those were suggested by our public safety personnel. We do know also, we recognize that the importance to the hospital and to the community of having a hospital that's fully accessible. So one of the thoughts we had is that after the new hospital is open, before there is adaptive reuse of South Campus, that early on we do some further traffic studies and decide whether something like making that area one way or doing a right in, right out is needed to relieve that intersection. But at least in the short term, a traffic light we don't believe is a good solution.
That's all I have.
Commissioner Anderson?
A couple of questions around the north part near Lake Forest Place. A couple things around setback and screening. It seems like there's screening and a more setback around the sort of the southwestern area and the western border of the property. But the area where there's going to be a fair bit of additional, at least lighting, would be the parking areas north, the ones that are going to be facing the homes, I guess they're called cottages at Lake Forest Place across Westmoreland. Has there been any further thought about that, and is that going to be quite exposed to the residents in Lake Forest Place, the homes especially that are across there?
Well, yeah, we can certainly give that some more thought, but what we're looking at today is a lower scale development, less intense, lower density. If you look at the charts in the report, the North Campus is, it will stay pretty low scale in terms of building heights, and we're not going to add much more square footage to that in the future. So we're trying to be respectful of the conditions that exist today. We haven't heard complaints about
Okay.
that, so we want to be consistent, you know, no worse, but better if we can.
In the parking lot that is facing that area north, in other words, just to the left and north of the main hospital building, is how many, the parking lot itself would be how many stories?
I'm sorry, I lost track. Which one are we talking about?
I think you're talking
That,
about-
exactly. What's the height of that, or what's?
That's up to 30 feet or 3 trays above grade.
Okay, so has that been looked at in the relationship to what that's then exposed to?
We do. And
north?
in the last pages of your report, you'll see some visual mock-ups, some
Okay.
computer renderings that look at, you know, what of the future buildings you could see, but also that parking garage shows up as a lower scale element in those views. So you can see it in the model in front of you and in those simulated views in your packet.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we've given some consideration to that.
I think you've raised an important point. In fact, Open Lands has even suggested in their comments to us that we consider, you know, the balance in which one was it? In how much of this parking garage is expanded so that perhaps, you know, with more structure, more open land, but again, balancing the impact, the sight line or view shed between the cottages is something that we're trying to work
Right.
through.
Okay. This is maybe a strange question to ask, but give me generally a feel for what are we talking about in terms of scale for what you're talking about, maybe phase one, relative, let's say, a Highland Park Hospital. Is it bigger, a lot bigger? I mean, just kind of give a general sense of that.
We're at licensed at 205 beds today. So the proposal is, when complete, that we are not really increasing the number of beds. Now, that's our comprehensive bed inventory.
Right.
So what we anticipate is, again, a higher acuity, where there may be a little bit longer of an inpatient stay for some of those higher acuity patients. But also, we are continuing to provide better access to Northwestern medicine outside in the region. So the ambulatory, the higher activity volume, the mammograms, even outpatient surgery is being distributed more effectively closer to patients' communities. So truthfully, relative to, we are, what's the scale of Highland Park?
You know
We've
what,
got,
we do have
Is that in here also?
a few notes on that, if you want me to look. Yeah, Highland Park has 149 beds today. Advocate Condell has 281.
So you're kind of between those
Correct.
two?
Yeah.
correct.
Okay. I just wanted to get a sense, and also maybe, I mean, I was trying to also think about the buildings and what Highland Park looks like versus, like, obviously it's more distributed, lot more land, so that changes the configuration.
Correct.
So the other question I had was, so we're talking about 2 phases here. Phase 1, I think I heard something about trying to get that built out by 2017.
Correct.
So what is possible? What's sort of the next, what's the next phase? Is that another 10 years? Is that,
Well, truthfully, we don't have specifics yet. It's really difficult to understand what healthcare reform may bring. As I'd mentioned, we've continued to develop our ambulatory network and are bringing more services to other parts of the county. We do anticipate the demographics will continue to drive up. We're all getting older in this room, and we're going to need more health care. But at the same time, there's some significant advances in medicine, minimally invasive approaches, significant cost pressures, which will drive care. In fact, we are now being incented to keep, or will be, we're being incented now to keep patients out of the hospital in a very aggressive way with being penalized for readmissions. So again, I think it's difficult to know how that might inform the development of the South Campus, but remember that the intent, if you could look to the right, if we were to need to expand the facility at some point in the future, it would be in a modular fashion in a very tight design that would be reasonably consistent, well, very consistent with the configuration. The South Campus, we believe predominantly will be associated with the research, translational research, and educational components, which really wouldn't be nearly as intense as as the acute care operation that we have today.
Okay. That's all I have.
Okay. A couple things. When Ms. Childs described phase one and future phases, if you covered the parking, I missed it. Could you speak to the additional parking that's going to be required or requested in phase one, and then future phases?
Sure. With phase one, starting with the North Campus, we would have a small amount of additional parking associated with a conferencing center or extension of the conferencing facilities that are currently in the fitness center. And those folks are people that are already on campus, so we're not going to double park them, so that parking increment will be fairly minor, but there will be additional parking with that. At the main central campus with the new hospital, the additional parking is seen immediately to the west here. The lighter gray elements would be surface parking, and then this darker gray would be one structured element that would support the parking of the new hospital and medical office building.
Now, are you finished?
Oh, sorry. And then the future phase, do you want to?
The-
That's phase one.
Okay, fine.
So, future phases entail repopulating the existing square footage on the South Campus. And once we do that, we would build more structured parking in the place that we'd contemplated in the previous master plan. And the reason we do that is, yes, there's parking there today, but we anticipate not building any more parking than before we need it. So we'll be using some of this parking in this region to support the medical office building. Once you come back and repurpose South Campus, we'd replace that borrowed parking, if you will, with a new parking structure on top of existing surface parking. And then there would be a second structured garage once you did a hospital expansion, when and if you expanded the inpatient facilities themselves with more medical office space, there would be an additional structured garage in that location.
So there'll be a total of how many parking structures?
So there would be,
An
in the
initial-
full
and
build-out, there would be
Phase one
three.
versus phase two?
Yeah,
Phase
phase one, there would be one structured parking here. In
Okay.
phase two, you'd add two more to that for three in total, 1, 2, and 3.
2 and 3. Okay, one final question on parking. The parking near is it the medical building?
Here,
Yes. Is that new, or is that existing?
the parking to the east of it, or to the west?
To the west of it, right there, right there.
That's an existing parking lot.
Oh, that is an existing parking
Right.
lot? Okay, okay. That will not be expanded?
No,
That will not be
expanded.
expanded. Okay. The building height with mechanicals is,
So for the new hospital elements, it would be up to 96, and that's what you see in the model in front of you.
so the mechanicals adds 15 feet then?
Correct.
fine, okay.
And I just want to also just point out that that's not the entire footprint, that's just the bed floors that Rick Kovas described. That would be, the upper 3 floors would reach up below a 38, 40-foot base, if you will. So the majority of the footprint's at no more than 40 feet. And then the taller elements with the bed floors stack up to 81 feet, plus your mechanicals at about 15 feet
So we're
above
back
that.
up to 96?
Correct.
Okay. You know, I'm gonna save all my other, just in the interest of time, I'm moving this forward, I'm gonna save all my other stuff to the comment section. I think we need a 3-minute break. 3-minute break. Give us 3 minutes, okay?
Yeah.
A couple of things before we get to public testimony. First, I don't really want to apologize, but I don't know how else to start it, but I will apologize. You know, we were presented with, going into this meeting, a 100-page report from petitioner, plus all of staff's report and other material. So as we review this, it's kind of going like from the strategic to the tactical to the nitpick. And in many degrees, you know, because we're taking so much time up here in terms of questions and then and when we get the comments, Lord knows, it's just, it's like we're drinking through a fire hose, us. So you're gonna have to bear with us as we go here and go there and go everywhere perhaps. But I think it's important because we want to move this thing, we want to move this project forward, and we're shooting to get it done next month. So if we don't do it now, I don't know how else we're going to do it. So we've got to slog through this. Along that line, to the people from Wedgwood, we will never get to you tonight. We adjourn all the time at 11 o'clock. I could postpone it. I could move that forward. I don't think it's fair to you. I don't think it's fair to the folks up here. So I'd like to tell you right now, it's 9 o'clock. Go home and have a couple of glasses of wine, and we'll see you next month. And again, I'm sorry, but we have to do what we have to do.
Yeah, is there a date for next month?
We're looking right now at the 24th. We're trying to move it. The normal date is the 11th of April. We don't believe we can do that, unfortunately. So we're trying to, among us and with Kathy, trying to rearrange it, and we're going to try to shoot, hopefully for the 24th.
I would suggest that contact me, email me. We will
There you
try and confirm polling with the commission. I need to talk to the hospital about the date as well, but we will try and have that nailed down by the end of this week.
Okay?
Okay, so Kathy, I can coordinate with you?
Yes.
Okay. Again, I apologize, but there's no reason keeping you folks around here and then canceling it in 2 hours, so.
Thank you very much.
Okay, fine. With that, I will entertain public commentary, beginning with Senator Garrett.
So, yes, thank you very much. I just want to compliment you, all of you, for your persistent questions and your almost instant knowledge of this elegant plan before you. I've always been invested and interested in healthcare. As a state legislator, I've served on the Public Health Committee for almost 14 years. I was also the chairman of a committee that redirected and reformed the Health Facilities Planning Board, which is the complement to what you're doing here in Lake Forest in Springfield. I had prepared testimony, so I'm not going to do that, but what I would like to do is say how important I think this whole process is. The fact that there's been such a great outreach to the impacted parties and the constituents and citizens in the area, and the response that has been received. I know personally, people have told me that they are very appreciative of the process and how it has worked. It is really something that is very clearly Lake Forest, and as somebody who has lived here for a majority of my adult life, I know that I'm appreciative of it. I do want to focus a little bit on the traffic because that seems to be where a lot of questions are. I was at the meeting that was held in December, I think, yeah, with IDOT. And we had District 1 here. District 1 is probably one of the biggest districts for IDOT in the state. They were very, very positive, and really liked the plan that Northwestern Lake Forest Hospital put out regarding the off-ramp coming from the north. I also noticed that, I think it was you, Commissioner Newman, who talked about what happens when people come from the south. If they're coming from Glencoe or Highland Park, how do we deal with that? Because we do have a very challenging ramp at Deerpath. As somebody who lives right there off of Waukegan Road, I never take Deerpath either. And I personally think that that's something that we should all work together on and try to find some creative solutions for people who are trying to access the hospital coming from the south. And something very simple dawned on me, and that's really to put some signage along 41 coming from the south going north saying the exit to Northwestern Lake Forest Hospital is in fact Route 60. You know, you've got the turn signal, you've got a double lane really, and you could access, I mean, going back south, you could do the same thing, and that's simply something that wouldn't require hundreds of millions of dollars right now as far as redesigning the Deerpath ramp, which requires the railways to be involved as well. But those are the kinds of creative solutions that I think will alleviate and eliminate some of these problems. So I just wanted to say how important I think this newly designed hospital is for Lake Forest. It's really a gift. As somebody who listens to the challenges of healthcare on a regular basis, I know that many communities would be thrilled to have a campus like this, to build a hospital and have the highest tech, highest performing diagnostics, you know, any type of imaging and state-of-the-art facilities. So I know that you are very sensitive to all the issues that the community will bring up, but I think that the team, as Tom McAfee talked about, has done an excellent job in preparing everybody for the decision that will be made in the future. So I will submit to you that I will commit my time. I will be here until the first week in January of 2013, and I will do whatever it takes to make sure that I work hand in hand with all of you here, as well as IDOT, to ensure a safe ingress and egress to the hospital.
Thank you. Senator, I wonder if we could go off script for just a little bit.
Okay.
I got a note from one of the commissioners asking me if we could ask you some questions.
Oh, sure.
Would that be okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Mr.
There was a recent series in the Tribune talking about the growth of most all hospitals in the area, sometimes just for the sake of growth. Since you've been involved with hospital planning, how does the state feel? How does the state govern this expansion process? Maybe you can just give us a little bit on that.
Well, there are rules and regulations, and I think Tom talked about the Health Facilities Planning Board. It's a checks and balance program. So what Lake Forest is looking at, and it has to coincide with what the state will allow. You don't want to have too many beds. You don't want to underbuild as well. So it really is, in my opinion, a perfect way if you are investing hundreds of millions of dollars into this type of a healthcare facility, that you work hand in hand with the state to make sure that it's just not way too much. And I think Tom McAfee talked about healthcare reform. What I really like about this whole plan is that they're taking it one step at a time, and they're doing that, I believe, because everything is on the table with healthcare reform. So they're going to build up this hospital campus to make it as the best hospital campus, I believe, in Northern Illinois. They don't want to do it too quickly because who knows what may be coming down the road. But at that point in time, Northwestern Lake Forest Hospital will have established itself as a premier health care facility.
Last question for me is, the signage idea you have, which I think has some merit, would you then go left on 60 to Waukegan, up Waukegan to this new entrance, sort of on the west side of the
I
hospital?
think so. I mean, I'm not a traffic engineer, but I sometimes feel like I am.
I mean, do you work with IDOT?
I will work with IDOT and the traffic engineer, but just sitting there thinking as an everyday person who uses 41 probably 5 or 10 times during the day, that just makes a lot of sense. And that could be accomplished simply by investing in some signs.
Thank you.
We don't want to impose upon the senator, however. No? Okay, thank you.
Great.
Senator.
Thank you very much
Sure,
for your
thank you.
time.
All right, additional public testimony, commentary? Yes? You with, yeah, fine, okay. Everyone, if you could please state your name and your address.
Sure.
For us, thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Centel. I'm president of Lake Forest Open Lands Association. My address is 545 Circle Lane, Lake Forest. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on this July summer night. I'd like to share for the record a statement on behalf of the many dedicated governors, directors, and for the close to 20% of households in our community that are members of Lake Forest Open Lands Association. I'll begin by noting that Lake Forest Open Lands is pleased that Northwestern Hospital has decided to make such an important investment in our community. Providing the best level of medical care is certainly welcomed and strengthens one of our most cherished community institutions. Since our founding 45 years ago, Lake Forest Open Lands has looked at significant land developments in our community, guided first and foremost by our mission, which is the preservation of open spaces, our natural heritage, and native habitat, features that have always helped to define Lake Forest. Preserving the viewscapes within our community is equally important and helps define our community. We approach Northwestern Hospital's proposed expansion from this perspective, but balanced with the understanding that the hospital is a community institution that needs to grow to provide advanced medical care and treat more people. Northwestern Hospital's desired expansion is quite possibly the most substantial building development our community has seen. It will greatly define our community and impact our entire community for decades to come. Open Lands approaches this project as a steward and voice of those residents who desire to maintain our community's unique natural character and open spaces. We encourage the hospital to develop a campus that both contains a model, state-of-the-art hospital and also fits with the landscape of our community. In the past few months, we've shared with the hospital issues we believe are worthy of further consideration in its master plan. I'd like to take a moment to highlight some of the suggestions that Open Lands has asked the hospital to incorporate into its land use master plan. We ask that the Plan Commission request more specifics from the hospital regarding the following components before approval of a land use master plan. Just as our name implies, most importantly, Open Lands seeks to preserve our community's natural open landscapes. In this regard, we encourage a master plan that minimizes the replacement of open space with structures and minimizes any adverse effects on the environment and views caused by those structures wherever reasonably possible. Given the connectivity to Middle Fork Preserve across Waukegan Road from the hospital, Open Lands would welcome the opportunity to receive a conservation easement on a portion of the hospital property that abuts Waukegan Road and the King Muir area. This would ensure that this area will remain perpetual open space. We've also encouraged the hospital to place a permanent conservation easement over any other portions of the property where reasonably possible. This concept has not yet been addressed in the proposed master plan. With regard to surface parking, it appears there are several additional surface parking areas included in the area west of the main building and east of Waukegan Road. We wonder whether it would be better to add another level, perhaps underground, to the parking structure, thereby allowing a reduction in the area of land covered by surface parking. In terms of viewscapes, we'd simply like to see that the main hospital building will not dominate our community's viewscapes, both to the east and to the west. A building of this scale could potentially be seen from quite a distance away. We have suggested that the building design allow for gradual transition to fit more seamlessly with the natural landscape and distant vistas, particularly in regard to the treasured Middle Fork Preserve and homeowner community that sits directly across from the hospital property on Waukegan Road, as well as the distant vistas from the west, from our Skokie River Nature Preserve, directly across Route 41, and the homes in that area all the way to Green Bay Road. In the current master plan, we see the hospital's effort to address that concern by keeping the taller building structures and parking garage further back from Waukegan Row. However, we're unclear what the proposed approval of only a 50-foot setback along much of the Waukegan frontage road means. If, as the master plan seems to illustrate, this is to accommodate detention ponds and landscaping in the area, then that does contribute to a degree to the natural transition we've suggested. However, to truly soften the natural transition between the Middle Fork Preserve and the hospital complex, we recommend the addition of naturally landscaped berms. Naturally landscaped berms can offer multiple benefits of increasing the tranquility of the hospital campus by reducing street noise and protecting the views from the streetscape level and beyond. An example of this is the berm on Route 60 at Granger Corporation. Importantly, we also have input on the proposed height of the new hospital. As the Plan Commission may be aware, the 40-acre hospital property contiguous to Waukegan Road, across the street from the Middle Fork, shares in a deed restriction on the hospital property that imposes both a setback requirement of 250 feet from Waukegan Road and a building height restriction of 35 feet. Our understanding from the master plan is that the height of the proposed main building is approximately 81 feet, with approximately an additional 15 feet for building mechanicals on its roof for a total of 96 feet. Also, the current setback from Waukegan Road is 50 feet on the proposed plan. In terms of building height, we do have serious concerns, and we don't know whether reasonable alternatives have been fully explored for reducing that height and minimizing the building's impact. For example, could the hospital consider expanding the main building footprint to reduce the height of the building while still meeting its needs? We do believe it's important for all of us to consider the height in context to other buildings in the community. For example, in comparison, the tower in Market Square is 63 feet tall. On Route 60, Brunswick Corporation is 57 feet tall. We would hope to have time for these discussions to come to a resolution before a final decision is made on this land use plan. Additionally, please consider the impact of lighting for a 24-hour facility. Lighting can dramatically change the character of an area and can significantly impact nearby wildlife. We also have encouraged the hospital to maximize the use of natural infrastructure in its proposed master plan. It seems essential that the drainage and stormwater plans incorporate green infrastructure and sustainability. Implementing water retention methods that return more water to naturally functioning wetland habitats in our community, and committing to perform any required wetland mitigation within Lake Forest would enhance this master plan. Tied to this approval, we would like to see a commitment to incorporating these and other sustainable features such as permeable parking services, the use of rain gardens to manage surface runoff and recharging groundwater, enhancing bird-friendly building practices for lighting and windows, and perhaps even green roofs. We've suggested that the hospital work with a green architect who can identify other opportunities to incorporate features into the building and campus. We'd like to see the building Gold LEED certified. We do commend the hospital on incorporating pedestrian and bicycle paths on the campus. Perhaps with the permanent preservation of more open space, this can be enhanced. We hope that these comments have clearly conveyed that by participating in this process, Lake Forest Open Land's intention is to both help and advance the goal of achieving a modern hospital facility that reflects our community's values and character. We offer our assistance to help ensure that out of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a modern hospital facility can be constructed that stays true to those community values and is as exceptional as the community in which it resides. On behalf of Lake Forest Open Lands Association, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Additional public testimony? Yes. Oops. Okay.
Good evening. My name's Todd Swartzow, and I'm a new resident to Lake Forest and reside at 776 Chalmers Court, which is part of Lake Forest Place. I'm also the president and CEO of Presbyterian Homes, which owns Lake Forest Place, continuing care retirement community on the campus of Northwestern Lake Forest Hospital. About 430 senior adults live at Lake Forest Place, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak before the Planning Commission in support of the hospital's redevelopment plans, both as a resident and as representative of Lake Forest Place. I recently relocated to Lake Forest from Pittsburgh, where my wife, Melissa, and I resided for 8 years. During the time that we lived in Pittsburgh, the city and surrounding communities experienced significant hospital consolidation, as well as healthcare provider consolidation. In 2002, 6 or 7 mid to large health systems resided in the Pittsburgh metropolitan statistical area. And when we left, there was only 2. The hospitals that were there when we arrived included UPMC, Allegheny General, West Penn, Mercy, Children's, Passavant, and Forbes Regional. As a seasoned healthcare provider, I believe that no matter what happens politically during the upcoming national election, both the economy and demographic trends are going to force significant healthcare provider consolidation in Chicago marketplace. Healthcare reforms needed for the country to remain healthy, competitive, and vibrant economically. The critical issue for us is to determine how to best support Northwestern Lake Forest Hospital for the long haul. I learned while watching the system consolidation in Pittsburgh that primary factors in the decision process to keep or close hospitals were efficient and productive designs, access and availability to a high-quality labor force, average age of plant, demand for services, profitability, and most importantly, the support of the local community. I don't claim to be a hospital expert, but I've learned that our hospital needs a much tighter footprint to maximize staff productivity and to be higher efficient as a provider. I encourage the community to protect Northwestern Lake Forest Hospital. Give it the flexibility it needs in the permit process to thrive in the coming years. I believe that the hospital needs to be completely repositioned and rebuilt to be viable in the future. Sooner is better than later, as healthcare reform and consolidation really is right at our front door. Finally, I'd like to point out that a key criteria for senior living property owners and developers is selecting a site where access to a quality acute care hospital is available. Industry research indicates that CCRCs located within a 5-mile radius of a quality hospital are much more successful at developing prospects and serving their constituents' health needs in a safe way. Presbyterian Home's relationship to the Lake Forest community was driven in part by our proximity to Northwestern Lake Forest Hospital. Many of our residents see physicians at Northwestern Lake Forest Hospital for their routine and emergency care. The doctor's sensitivities to their needs and concerns is paramount. The physicians invest extra time and take added care to make sure our residents are as healthy as possible, and we greatly appreciate that. Our community commitment and our mission would be weakened without the hospital's close proximity as a provider partner. So on behalf of Presbyterian Homes, I recommend that the Planning Commission and the residents of Lake Forest support Northwestern Lake Forest Hospital and its redevelopment efforts to bring its campus into the next century. It's essential to both the city of Lake Forest and to the Lake Forest Place community. Thank you for your time and consideration of my comments.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Libby Ray, and I live in a cottage at 917 Barclay Circle at Lake Forest Place. My remarks will be very general and brief because it's almost time for me to go to bed. I have concerns about traffic, noises, lighting in the parking lot, safety, which I haven't heard talked about a lot tonight, setbacks, removing berms, landscaping, lots of concerns. If these concerns are not listened to, I can see that Lake Forest Place might be slightly or really dramatically compromised. You have to understand that Lake Forest Place, if it does not continue to attract residents, we could even be affected financially. Therefore, I would like to see a continuing dialogue with the Lake Forest staff, who are so knowledgeable, and some of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, I'm Melissa Knorr. I live at 910 Lane Lorraine. I share a property line with parcel 4 of the hospital property. Tonight, I'm reading a memorandum from Annette Champion on Burton Drive. It's dated March 9th, 2012. I asked my neighbor to read this letter to you since I am not able to attend the meeting tonight. I live at the north end of Burton Drive and share a lot line with the hospital. I expect there are a number of constituencies represented in the room tonight, including Northwestern Lake Forest Hospital Management, Lake Forest Director of Community Development, neighbors like myself, and other representatives of the Lake Forest community. Clearly, there are a lot of competing interests. Each group has different objectives and looks at the issues from very different perspectives. Northwestern, having acquired Lake Forest Hospital in 2010, is proposing a major expansion. While no one would debate the importance of the hospital to our community, the issue is not that simple. Northwestern has significant financial resources and influence, and in the process of changing a small community hospital into a large regional medical center. Dr. Eric Russell, interim president and chief executive of the Northwestern Medical Facility Foundation, has said that Northwestern is striving to become one of the top 10 medical complexes in the country by 2020. That was from Northwestern Lake Forest Showcase's $49 million Grays Lake expansion in the News Sun on May 16th of 2011. This is an admirable goal, but it is not necessarily a good fit with a quiet residential community. The new high-rise buildings will have a direct impact on many aspects of the Lake Forest community, both during and after construction, including increased traffic, congestion, noise, dirt and debris, reduced green space, and will impact public safety and quality of life. The Lake Forest Director of Community Development is doing a very good job advocating for this expansion, as evidenced by the letter-writing campaign that was initiated to support the proposed campus revitalization plan, a plan that was very short on specifics at the time these letters were written, e.g. color circles were all the detail the hospital provided for the December 14th Plan Commission meeting. In the past, the Community Development Director has not fully appreciated neighborhood concerns, such as Exhibit E of the Lake Forest Hospital parking lot 12/4/2002 special use permit provision is made for emergency access to the 40 acres of hospital land from the north end of Burton Drive across a densely wooded area that lacks even a footpath, when Waukegan Road, Route 43, is a much better solution. Neighbors like me are concerned about the negative impact of the expansion on our quiet enjoyment of our homes and on our property values. The high-rise building and garage will have direct line of sight into our windows, and strangers at all hours of the day and night will in effect have our homes under surveillance. The land next to us is zoned residential, but that doesn't mean that families will eventually be living there. Instead, it means at any time the hospital can file another special use application, and our peaceful home life is threatened once again. I've lived on Burton Drive for the past 12 years, and this is the third hospital project I've had to be concerned about: the parking lot, the Women's Health Center, and now the Northwestern expansion. Other Lake Forest residents have expressed concerns about the impact of the hospital development on the community at large, such as setting a precedent for density and building height in a residential neighborhood, and the negative impact of views from open lands and Ragdale. This is a very imbalanced process. Northwestern and the city's development staff are able to address this special use permit with their professional knowledge and expertise as part of their normal work responsibilities. The rest of us have other responsibilities, are less well-versed in the process, and less well-resourced to present our case to the city. We need someone to represent the interest of the residents who will be impacted directly or indirectly by this development. There are many unanswered questions at this point and no clear process to incorporate residential input going forward. Tonight's meeting notice says the Plan Commission will be asked to take final action at the next meeting, tentatively scheduled for April 11th. We are not allowed to ask questions at tonight's hearing without having previously filed an appearance form with the Community Development Department, and it is hard to file an application in advance without knowing what information is going to be presented. The 100-plus page hospital package for this meeting was not available to residents until midday Friday, March 9th, which was too late for me to review and comment on it in advance of this meeting. I respectfully ask the city to appoint an ombudsman to represent the interest of the residents on this and other development issues that have the potential to profoundly change the character of our community in both positive and negative ways. If you want to preserve the special character of Lake Forest, then it is time to add some balance to the special use process. Sincerely, Annette Champion. And now I'd like to just take just a brief moment to add some final comments that are not related to Annette's letter. My husband was going to come up to speak, but in the essence of time, I'm just going to continue. Today, my husband and I, furnished a response to the petitioner's request for the special use permit. And most of our concerns and questions and voice are presented in that response. And if you have any questions regarding that response, we're happy to answer them. Even if you have not had an opportunity to read this document, since it was only given to Ms. Cerniak today, I urge you to look at the 6 pages of color photographs labeled Group Exhibit 2 that were taken from our backyard facing the 41.05 acre parcel 4. This will clarify any potential misunderstanding about the visual impact from the adjacent neighborhood of this massive construction project. Second, has the Plan Commission considered whether there are any safety, noise, or air emission release issues regarding the 10,000 square foot power plant expansion? What kind of density housing are they considering for the South Campus? And finally, has any thought been given to the construction noise, traffic, and debris during construction if it's allowed to occur? Thank you for your time. And I do have copies of the letter for Kathy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional public testimony? All right, we will, pardon me, did I miss somebody? Oh.
I'll go before Mr. Simpson, so you can have something to look forward to. My name is Tom Swarthout. I'm at 987 Maplewood Road, Lake Forest, Illinois. Been a resident all my life. I also served on the hospital board for 10 years. 6 of those years as chairman of the Building and Grounds Committee, the last 3 years as chairman of the board. Clearly come with a bias. Clearly, I don't think anybody in the room knows this campus better than I do, with the exception of maybe Mike Bleck. I know the existing campus. I'm not as familiar with the future plans that the hospital has laid out in front of you. I would encourage everyone in this room, especially the Plan Commission, to look at our recent addition, the Women's Center, which is, as indicated, 53 feet in height. I took a personal pride in the design of the building as well as the details that are within it, everything from the slate roof to the jack arches to the attention to detail that we had to the existing structure. And I would also point out, especially to open lands and the adjacent neighbors, the buffer that we created between that development, that addition, and the neighbors. I think in a short 10 years you would be very impressed with the kind of screening and attention to the natural environment that we on the board at the time took to make sure that we respected the neighbors. I also would like to point out to everybody in this room and everybody in the community that Lake Forest Hospital over the years purchased over 160 acres so that we could always maintain a respectful distance and buffer with our neighbors. but also encourage this Plan Commission to visit, as Member Anderson pointed out, Highland Park Hospital, Victory, Condell, properties that were landlocked because of lack of foresight, I think, on the behalf of those former trustees who were the stewards of those hospitals, and how those hospitals really decimated neighborhoods. I think one needs to look at our plans and how they are reacting to the neighbors. And with that, I'll sit down. But I did want to respond to Mr. Newman as it relates to the cogeneration plant, another project I was involved in. That room is about the size of this room, 4 gas turbine generators that really maintained the hospital. So we had the flexibility not to be under the gun from ComEd. And after that facility was completed, with a 4-year payback, by the way, those rates from ComEd became very competitive. So to your earlier point, I think the city would be well advised to kind of look into that technology into the future. It doesn't run that often any longer because Commonwealth Edison realizes that gas prices are pretty competitive, and the rates have really responded to the hospital as well. But with that, I'm done. I'll let Mr. Simpson respond.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Howard Simpson. I live at 1490 North Green Bay Road. First of all, I'd like to state that the existing neighbors rely on zoning, and the special use permit brings all of that to the forefront. And I really like the process of the public hearings and all the work you have to do yet to come reading all these documents. I am concerned about traffic and the height of the building. The traffic bothers me because Deerpath Road is already restricted during certain times of day. I think the traffic study that the hospital's done is probably very good and very complete, but I did not hear a single number, only percentages. I heard no time of day data, and I hope that the commission asks for that and it's supplied to them, and that you can compare it to other city traffic studies or other petitioners' traffic studies to gain a growth aspect of it or a continuum. Number 2 is, when I look at the amount of parking place that they're suggesting in their phase 1 and phase 2, it, along with Mr. McAfee's comments that the healthcare industry is changing from hospital beds to possibly more outpatient or ambulatory, or I'm not sure the word you use, but come and go visitors. That indicates to me that there may be more car traffic per day than exists in a traditional old school hospital where everybody stays overnight of 10 years ago or 15 years ago. It bothered me a little bit that we got all the way to the end of the meeting, the presentation anyway, before the 81-foot hospital became a 96-foot hospital, because it's the first slightly disingenuous thing I've heard in almost 3 months of presentations by the hospital, and I hope that was an error. But by my calculations, yes, the new white towers that they refer to are greatly taller than that, but the old erector set looking towers are approximately that height, and they are clearly visible from Green Bay Road all the way past the Bears to the tollway. So assuming that they're approximately the same as the building, that the building probably will be visible down those same view courts, except for the old erector set utility high line wires are not lit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Sure.
Good evening, everybody. I'll make this short. My name's Craig Bergman. I live at 1065 Acorn Trail, which is AKA 900 Waukegan Road. And I am the fortunate recipient of seeing that directly across from our driveway is where the proposed right-in, right-out new Waukegan Road access would be. I went through the special use process on our residential property a couple of years ago. I actually recognize a few of you men. because I have a special use to have my landscape architecture office in one of the buildings at 900 Waukegan. We have a legal right of having 17 people come and go from that property through Monday, on a Monday through Friday, and it's already difficult to turn north onto Waukegan Road from our property. The model shows our shared driveway with our neighbor to the north on Acorn Trail, the Ramseys. It shows it looking much like a road. It's not. It's actually a dead-end driveway. We actually, by the city's request, we detached our vehicular traffic from Acorn Trail if we were to open the Waukegan Road entrance like it was historically. It's now open. We're detached from 1065. So every time we come and go from that driveway, our 17 plus cars, I'm putting my employees at risk, and that's difficult for me. The Smiths that live one driveway south of us, they have the same concern. Turning north on Waukegan it's a crapshoot anyways, and we use the light at Westmoreland, Middle Fork, to determine when we can safely go out there. So I would ask that traffic be very, very much considered on all of us folks who live on Waukegan Road, because as you know, we don't have a turn lane or an acceleration lane. We just go out onto a 45+ mile an hour road. And it's tricky for any of us who live the entire length of Waukegan Road. If it's a right in, right out across from us, it's going to add more traffic to the Westmoreland stoplight, which potentially may mean that we need turn signals for people to get into Middle Fork. And nobody's talked about the fact that 176 is an antiquated intersection like Deerpath is as well. And if people are going north to use Waukegan Road more than going back to Deerpath and going north on 41, then what's going to happen to the 176 access point too? The school traffic on Deerpath, at 8 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the afternoon is brutal. We have the same situation on 176 when there's a train or when there is traffic going west to some of the industry that's closer to the tollway on 176. We're landlocked. Yes, we have good north-south access with Waukegan and 41, but anything to stress out the east-west traffic beyond the accessibility, like our senator had mentioned about 60. 60 works, but 60 is a highway, and it is planned for all of that traffic that has to go to Libertyville. I mean, they plan that. So I would just beg that, the west side of Lake Forest doesn't take the brunt of the fact that there isn't a bigger parcel in Lake Forest to expand the hospital on. We in West Lake Forest, and I've only been living here for almost 3 years, I came to West Lake Forest for the open space, for the quiet, for the lack of streetlights, for the lack of sidewalks. And this type of development without scrutiny from, our commissioners and our staff, it's going to really jeopardize the quality of life in West Lake Forest. So I make sure I've got everything I mentioned here. And I would definitely agree with John Santel, Mr. Open Lands. We have deed restrictions on our property, all the people that tangent Waukegan Road. When the Carrolls sold off the Iowa Farm property and the hospital property, they had the forethought to help us have representation for this. And I would just ask that you would read those deed restrictions and honor those, or at least allow us in conversation. Mr. McAfee said that they're reaching out to the community and they've had open houses and everything. I am one of those people that could be difficult for the hospital expansion because I have something legal to fight with. And I've never even been contacted by the group. The city of Lake Forest contacts me, but nobody from the hospital group has. And I feel like it's a big corporation and they're trying to expand it. I use the hospital. I'm a member of the gym. I have friends in Lake Forest Place. It has nothing to do with the hospital expanding. It has everything to do with listening to the neighboring properties and the residents of Lake Forest. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Chris Ramsey. I live at 925 Acorn Trail. I'm a next-door neighbor of Mr. Bergman. My house is you can see clearly on the plan, is directly across the street from the proposed entrance on Waukegan Road. I've been a resident of Lake Forest for 10 years. I moved here from the New York area, and the primary reason I chose to live here in Lake Forest, not having been to the Chicago area before, was I was just struck by the absolute beauty and idyllic nature of this suburb, and I wanted to make this place my home. I lived on the western side, ironically near the Wedgwood subdivision, folks who were here tonight, and moved into the Middle Fork Farm development to get away sort of from the tollway noise and the tollway, and was drawn to the Middle Fork subdivision because of the open lands surrounding it and my lifestyle of being able to walk out my door and walk into Ellowa Farm and be across from a savanna of trees. And my primary concern in buying my property, which was only about a little over a year ago, I was the last person to buy a home on Acorn Trail, was actually the special use permit that was granted to Mr. Bergman. And I think that the various commissions of Lake Forest did a great job in really vetting that process, and I'm very happy with the way it worked out. And I think I find it almost ironically comical that I spent so much time worrying about Mr. Bergman's property when I had this looming behind me, not to my knowledge, and all the work, any concerns I had about that are just completely dwarfed by this project. All of the quote unquote improvements to the residents that I've heard from tonight are actually detriments to my property. So the movement of the hospital campus and the movement of the traffic patterns brings all that to my doorstep and away from these other residents. So I'm very concerned about the traffic in front into the right in, right out on Waukegan Road. My house, the back of my house looks out across Waukegan Road onto the campus, and so I will now be staring out my backyard into a high-rise building and various parking structures. So I'm very concerned, and hope you would take into consideration the height of those structures and the lighting of those structures and the impact of those structures on my quality of life at my house and my property values, which I think are going to be dramatically reduced by the proposed project, if not scaled down considerably. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff response?
I guess my inclination is to say that probably I will throw it back to you for discussion. I will offer one thought, that between this meeting and the next meeting, I know we've talked about this a little bit, but I would offer to set up tours, 2 members of the commission at a time, tours for staff to take you around the hospital campus. We would request that the hospital team do some staking so you can understand where the setbacks are, perhaps where the building footprints are. We could even do some scenarios using the various lifts we have in the city and try and do some illustrations of height. So if you're interested in that, we can discuss that toward the end of the meeting. But at this point, unless you have specific questions, I think I'm interested in hearing your thoughts, certainly taking a lot of notes from the concerns raised, and unless you want me to address something specific.
I just would, before I turn it over to petitioner for rebuttal, I heard a couple things, maybe it was just me, but this whole Burton Road issue is somewhat new to me, and I don't think I read anything about that. And then all of a sudden, and also these deed restrictions. What's that all about?
And I don't have the last special use permit in front of me, but my recollection is that previous discussions about Burton Road, the city was pretty adamant that there would never be any access from the hospital campus onto Burton Road. I think that because we didn't know what was going to happen on this 40-acre parcel, that there was a provision left in there that if it's ever needed for emergency access, that could be possible. And maybe I'm remembering that wrong, but certainly in the plans you have presented, there is no hint, there is no suggestion of any connection, and we could certainly make that a condition prohibiting any access to the hospital campus from Burton. I don't think that's an issue. Second, the deed restriction, I did put a little bit of information in your staff report about that deed restriction. It was placed on the property by the Carroll family, who owned this property before it came into the ownership of the hospital. It does establish some restrictions with respect to height, talks about setbacks. Importantly, like any private covenant, the city is not a party to that covenant. The city cannot enforce it. The city is charged with making decisions based on our overall process and is not bound by that. Certainly, at the time the property was transferred by the Carroll family, there was no idea at all about what would happen on that property. In fact, I believe that deed allows development at one story to approach very close to Waukegan Road, perhaps even closer than our setbacks would allow. But I think it was certainly a protection mechanism. I certainly think the commission may want to encourage the hospital and open lands to continue to have some discussion. I think from both the hospital and from Mr. Centel, I've heard some good ideas, talk about conservation easements, talk about some natural screening, so there may be some compromises there. But the city is not a party to that covenant and does not have a legal role to play in either enforcing it or relinquishing it.
Okay, thanks. Petition to rebuttal.
Thank you. Let me start with calling out a little bit about the deed restriction. The deed restriction really was tied into the property that sits here. So it called out for the parcel roughly in this area. So in other words, if you were to carry this line north, everything to the west was subject to that deed restriction just south of this line. So this parcel up in here. We actually found the deed restriction as we began to analyze the documents and brought it forward. In fact, we didn't know it existed. I certainly didn't know it existed. And we recognized that if we did not receive relief, that it would impact the facility. We'd have to move it east. Not by much, but probably by, I don't know, about 100 feet, which would not be optimal because, again, we've been trying to balance out the allocation from the collective feedback from all of the key parties. We've listened to the community in this area. They'd like us to move up and out. We need to balance the impact on Lake Forest Place. We have the highway, which we want to make sure that we have adequate decanting. The flow of water has a tendency to focus in this area. So trying to accommodate and come up with a solution that's a good compromise is really what drove this. We certainly will continue to work with Open Lands. In fact, Melanie Rummel and I had some good time, spent some good time today or this week talking about many of the issues that we've discussed this evening, and they recognize that certainly moving the building to the east or having to disrupt more of the current natural landscape in order to do that is not optimal. Certainly they recognize that reallocating the parking structures closer to Waukegan or closer to the neighbors to the south in order to reconfigure that would not be optimal. So we'll continue to work through that. And in fact, we're confident that we can come up with a good compromise. I think with what we've heard this evening regarding traffic, we recognize it's a concern. And I can tell you that you have our absolute commitment that we will continue to participate in the necessary studies so that we can find a solution. At the end of the day, patient safety and access to this hospital is important. We want to make sure that we don't complicate it. Having said that, the changes that we've proposed really do have a marked improvement on the Deerpath access point. In fact, you've heard earlier that today we're at 55. Assuming we can get access, it'll be down to 30. And that doesn't even take into consideration the improvements in aligning that roadway, putting in the deceleration or the right turn assist onto the campus. We've been around for over 110 years in this community. It's not a surprise that we sat on this campus. It was no surprise that we own the land to the north. In fact, as was mentioned by Mr. Swarthout, that was done for a good reason, a good purpose. In fact, I've heard continuously that we're good neighbors, that we are responsive. In fact, in the 6.5 years that I've been here, I've had virtually no complaints. The one complaint I did get, honestly, was related to the 100-year flood, where we incurred millions of dollars and have since made significant improvements that have actually helped the neighbors as much as it's helped our hospitals. So we are responsive. We continue to be collaborative with the community with respect to informing everybody in the area. We've had 3 open houses. We've invited everybody within 1,500 feet. They've been open. So if people are not there, it's not because they're not invited. They simply may have ignored the notice, and we'll continue to make sure that we extend that in the future. We understand our neighbors' concerns, and we'll continue to listen and collaborate. I think that 8 years ago, when we had our last expansion with the Women's Service, I could tell you that the same issues were brought forward then. There was concerns about safety, there was concerns about traffic, density, impact. I could tell you that I have not heard a single complaint related to that development. In fact, I think it's been a beautiful addition to the campus. We've been in the community over 100 years. We save lives. We heal. We cure. I think that many of the people that come up and are concerned about our plans also rely on our facility. And I think it's really important to recognize that what we're asking for, and we're not asking for anything more or anything less than what we believe is absolutely critical to the long-term viability and stability and success of this institution. But I can assure you that as the hospital president, that my responsibility is to make sure that our hospital is positioned for success, and it's also designed in a way that is safe and is capable of delivering the quality of care that we all expect. So again, thank you very much for your time and patience this evening, and I'm open to additional questions.
Thanks. I think I'd like to combine final questions from commission to petitioner or staff, along with commission comment, if that's, unless I have an objection from any of the commissioners. Starting with Mr. Shaw. You don't have any questions? Do you have any comments?
No.
No?
No, not at this time. I may think of something as other people talk.
Okay. Do we dare go to Mr. Carris? Commissioner Carris?
I will be brief.
Promises.
Since you first approached us, we've seen market improvements in the plan, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
A couple areas of concern, just to reiterate traffic issues, building height issues. I was disappointed to hear that originally when I asked the question about building height at 81 feet, it turned out to be 96 with the additional mechanicals. So that's very much a concern. Additionally, the berming and the
Mr.
landscape-
Carris, is your microphone on?
Additionally, the berming and the landscape buffers are also very important as well. So that's all I had to say. Thanks.
Thank you. I think that it's important when we're referencing 81 feet, that's the height of the tallest occupied floor, which is, from what I understand, is a typical reference point when we're talking about building height. I think that it's important that it's clearly called out in the document. We had the same models in front of the community. They've been to scale. We certainly don't and will not hide or conceal any of the facts on this campus. I think the other piece that's important to reference is that we brought the community together and we're out in front before, in fact, before we even retained support staff, we were in front of the city, making sure that we had an opportunity to really embrace concerns and thoughts before we advanced anything that you've seen today. So I just want you to hear directly from me as the president that it is our obligation, our commitment, it's who we are, that we are forthright in what we present.
And I understand that. My only point with that is, while some of us may know the distinction between building height and mechanicals, we're talking about our concerns on behalf of the community, and the community listening to 81 feet, and that's their perspective as well, as far as the effect on the visual nature and the mass of the building. So just a point of clarity.
Thank you.
Could I point out just one more piece of that? And I know you haven't had time to read every single 101 pages, but we do, in describing building height, talk about mechanical space and another element at the base of the building, which has to do with grade differentials. And so depending on how the city wants to ultimately describe and grant height to us, there could be additional feet taken into account for the grading, and that is spelled out in detail in our report.
Right.
I think tonight what we wanted to demonstrate to you was really the functionally driven components that build us up to 81 feet in height that are uncompromisable to us. Things about roofscapes and the grading are best practice engineering and are more variable, and we can talk about how those are accommodated. But we just really wanted you to understand what was fundamentally driving the height above what's there today and might be standard in the community.
Thank you.
Commissioner Anderson?
I don't think I have any more comments. I have clearly more homework to do, and I think Mr. Carris's comment about height is one that I just need to understand better. So I think there's clearly more reflection we have to do about the visual impact for the surrounding, not only surrounding neighborhood, but for the community broader.
Commissioner Culbertson?
I would like to compliment the president. I do think the hospital has done a great job trying to bring the community together and get out in front of this issue. And I think it's important that we try to support the redevelopment of this very valuable community asset and resource. That said, I heard a prime directive issued by staff earlier. I think we'll probably agree with it that what we want to avoid is unintended consequences, and we want to consider the impact of this project on the community, both the positive and potentially negative aspects. I think it is important to consider I think the commission has to decide how to consider phase 1 and 2. Should we consider phase 1 separately? Should we consider phase 1 and 2 together comprehensively as we move forward with consideration of this plan or this project? And then finally, I'd like to acknowledge what I thought were some very cogent comments by the public made this evening. From Senator Garrett talking about signage on 41 directing traffic potentially through Route 60. Whether that's ultimately the solution, there are solutions that I think we need to consider, especially as it regards the traffic issues that I think we are all concerned with as a commission. Open lands, permanent easement on the west side of the central campus is certainly something to consider. Naturally landscape burns, going to be hard to argue with that. Building green, sustainable, sounds great. And then I think lighting issues are a serious concern to the community at large. I agree with staff that we'd like to consider ourselves a dark community, and we don't want to light up the skies at night.
We understand.
One of the residents at Lake Forest Place, safety. I do think that's an issue that could perhaps use a little bit more consideration, given the potential for greater density on the campus, more ways in and out of the campus. And there are people living there, and a lot of them are elderly. So I think that's a very valid concern. I have a little bit of concern about the public being available to the process, as spoken by the neighbors across the road on Waukegan Road and in Burton Place. It has come to us very quickly, this project, the particulars of it. And I'm not sure that the surrounding residents are getting ample amount of time to vet the issues with you and with us. And it might be worthy of giving them just a little more time to get engaged in the process.
Right.
And I think that's all the comments I have for right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Newman?
Yeah, I said in an earlier meeting that the community as a whole has to decide what kind of hospital facility it wants, whether it wants a small-scale community, almost a clinic, or whether the community wants a hospital in keeping with the character of that community. And I come down in favor of a hospital that's commensurate with the quality of our community. The snag in that is that this is a residential community, and getting this right in terms of scale and impact to the surrounding community is a big challenge. Just a couple questions for Kathy. We're still dealing very conceptually, and in terms of a master plan, how granular do we want to get before we really sign off on this in terms of square footage, all these kind of things, placement, screenings, berms, all that? How detailed are we going to need to get before we're done?
Well, ultimately that's your decision, but certainly based on the discussion tonight, based on public comment, the hospital's presentation, and your comments so far, I think we can certainly work to refine this plan further. I think the whole concept of the setback areas or any preserved open space, we can talk about exactly where those are, how they're going to be treated, how they're going to be noted as preserved in perpetuity. I think that we can explore the height further and really understand the full height proposed from existing grade to the very top of the facility as we do in the discussions of all our buildings, but also understand that what I think I heard was that perhaps the main mass of the building, the plinth, maybe approaches 40-45 feet. Maybe the plan really distinguishes between the main mass of the building and some taller elements of the building, the patient components, which maybe there's a way to balance some of those interests, but really tighten up a little bit how much of that center campus can be at that maximum height, because it sounds like that's really the intent. So based on your discussion, I think we can provide more certainty to this plan between now and your next meeting. Ultimately, where are you going to be comfortable? I'm not sure exactly where that is, but I think we can move it further than what it is today.
Okay. One last question. What's the height of the building that you put up in Grays Lake, and if you would include the mechanicals in that number?
Those are three-story structures. And I just looked at that number and I don't remember what it is off the top of my head, but it's a three-story facility, outpatient facility.
We think it's roughly 60 feet. And again, it's completely outpatient, so it's a little bit of a different mix of a facility.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After listening to Commissioner Culbertson and Commissioner Newman, I think they kind of summarized what was going through my mind when called upon initially to comment. And on the one hand, I think it's important to congratulate the hospital on trying to involve the community, and I'm not sure that I'm necessarily hearing a community outcry against this new hospital that we've got in mind, but there are a lot of questions generated during this meeting, including 101 pages that were kind of dropped on everybody at the last minute. I'm hesitant about trying to go to some kind of a vote next month just because there's a lot of issues out there that we don't have a lot of detail on at this point, and I'm not blaming the hospital. I mean, we've had 3 meetings on this before the Plan Commission, and I guess when this was first brought up in September, I kind of felt like this could take a year to get resolved. When we dealt with Barrow College, my God, we took over 2 years to get that project through, and that was just to develop a housing thing, not to create a massive hospital complex. And one of the problems that we're going to have is that if we don't have some kind of a resolution at the end of next month, some of the commissioners will not be continuing on, and that could cause some delay. But it seems to me like that we've raised a lot of questions tonight that may need some more definitive answers. So while I applaud the hospital for what they've done so far, I don't raise any sinister questions about what are their ulterior motives. The issue of 81 versus 96 doesn't trouble me that much. I think I understood the distinction there. Going a little slower in this might make it easier for a greater buy-in from the people out here tonight, because as I've said repeatedly in my 6 years on the commission, I listen very carefully at meetings to what people out here say, because I don't know everything about everything that comes before me, and when I see people coming in with issues that directly affect them, safety, traffic, lighting, open space, things like that, it's a balance, and I know you're sensitive to that, or you wouldn't have the kind of project in mind that you've put together here. I encourage that we continue to explore some resolution to some of these concerns, maybe invest the community a little bit more, because what I'm hearing from some of the people that were concerned was they don't feel like they've got a complete understanding that their issues are being resolved. Not as a criticism from me, maybe it is from them, but I'm a little puzzled about answers to some of their questions too. So that's my comments.
Thank you. I have several things, mostly tactical. You know, strategically, I'm with you. I want you. I want to make it work. I think everybody up here wants to make it work. The question is how do we negotiate this thing? And I feel sorry for you, because you've got look very like trying to herd cats, but herd cats you must. First thing, the building height. I think we need more. There wasn't a lot in these 100 pages on the building massing. Like, I don't remember seeing like a picture, or I saw maybe a little bit of something in here, but I think there needs to be a better understanding of what the building looks like. What are the alternatives? You know, I don't know if you can get below 96 feet. I'll say 96 feet. You can call it 81, whatever. But if there are alternatives to lower it, you know, spread it out. I know you don't want to do that. You know, it's probably not as efficient or productive, but yeah, we have to take into concern, you know, the height of this son of a gun. And if there are alternatives that work for you, I'd like to hear them, and I think the public would like to hear them, and I think the commissioners would like to hear them. Okay, that's number one. Number two, traffic. I actually don't think the traffic issue is as bad as what it might be perceived to be. I think some of the things you've done are really good. That you know, the 41, you know, in and out, great. The additional, I know it was some people didn't like it here. The additional right in, right out on Waukegan, I think is great. What I'd like you to consider is one way in off of Deerpath, not out, just in. I think it would help protect a Deerpath Road and not add to the issues. I know I'm playing amateur, you know, traffic engineer here, but it seems to me that we move the traffic east, we move the traffic west, we allow them to get in if we have to from Deerpath, but not get out. I see no reason to align Chilton Road with the intersection. I think to me, all it would mean is we would expose a residential area to additional traffic of people trying to sneak in and try the path of least resistance, so to speak. So I wouldn't incur the cost, nor would I even expose Chilton to that. I heard Senator Garrett this evening with the turn onto Route 60. The thing that I don't like about that is it's going to expose Ridge Road. People will quickly learn you make the left onto Route 60, and then you make the right onto Ridge. You go to Deerpath, and then you make the left. I think that's worse than having people, you know, exit onto Deerpath and then having to make that left-hand turn. So a couple things there. Again, the Chilton thing I don't think makes any sense to me. I'd like you to consider the one-way in. The other, at some point, Kathy, I think maybe a third party, I don't know what the timing would be, a third party independent traffic study, you know, might, maybe is a good idea. A couple other things. The page 29 issue, which dealing with what you're going to do and what your let me see. facilities which may include but shall not be limited to hospitals, administration, offices, libraries, medical, blah, 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 blah. I think staff is going to be concerned about the shall not be limited to. You know, you referenced before about the idiotic hotel, retail shops, et cetera. Well, the reason that's coming into play is because the but shall not be limited to. I don't want to tie your hands, but I don't want you to build a hotel either. And I think there needs to be some assurances. There needs to be some sort of language changes, which, I don't know, like carve out we're not smart enough to tell you to craft this language to make it absolutely, totally concrete for both of us. But somehow it has to be a little stronger from the staff's perspective, just to kind of have some assurances of where you can't really go. Page 35 and 37 of your report 35 deals with the setbacks. I think you ought to incorporate those into your master plan, along with somebody talked about setbacks and conservation easements. I think it would go a long way into satisfying some of the concerns of the people to the, the Lorraine, is it Butler Road area, et cetera, and then even those across the street. The more you can set aside and the more you can put in a conservation easement, I think the better everybody will feel. Will you ever get to the point where they're going to embrace you? I doubt it, but we somehow need to come much closer together than where we are right now. Lastly, it's interesting that Mr. Shaw raised this issue. As much as I, as the chairman, want to work with you to see if we can get this done next month, I really wonder. We will do our best. Staff will do their best. But I said earlier, when we got this 100-page thing, and now we've got some other responses here, you know, tonight was like drinking through a fire hose. Somehow, you know, we've got to take this funnel and we've got to move it down to here. I think we're only halfway there. I don't want to drag this thing out from you. I know you want to move this forward. I, as the chairman, and I speak for the commissioners, I believe, want to bring this thing to a conclusion so that it has certainty for you and certainty for the community. I really question whether we can do it in one more meeting. We'll try, but you know, I just don't know if you guys can get everything done, if staff can get everything done, and that we can come to an agreement where everybody is kumbaya. That's all I've got to say on this.
Just a few comments. Thank you for your time. I know it's late, and I appreciate all your focus. I can tell you the time is critical for us. This project is going to take us 5 years to construct. There's a lot of moving parts. The economy is far from stable. Healthcare reform is moving forward. We've got technology. I've got a facility that's the oldest physical plant around with semi-private rooms, and I'm in an incredibly aggressive market. I am trying to protect and stabilize and position this institution for long-term success. Time is not our friend. On the one hand, I understand we don't want to rush anything through, but we've been thoughtful. We've followed the city's direction to a T. We've engaged the community. We've been collaborative, responsive, and we will continue to be that. Having said that, it's a process for us. It's a complicated process, and our board has made a commitment when we came together that we would have this facility operational within 7 years of the affiliation agreement. We're making incredible strides in improving quality of care that's not visible in the structure. from aligning our information technology so that when you present to our emergency room in Lake Forest, that it's instantly available down at the Quaternary Medical Center downtown, so that the transfers that occur between our institutions and Northwestern medicine and the standard of care that everybody expects from Northwestern is delivered. But there are limitations with our physical plant. I had mentioned to you earlier that our medical office building is at capacity. Right now, I'm turning away physicians who really want to bring care and to patients that are looking for it, that literally have capacity constraints. Maintaining a medical staff in that situation is not an easy thing. So, and when you layer on a potential shift in participants, we could also then reset the process. So we're very sensitive to time. On the one hand, we don't want to give the impression that we're trying to bring a fire hose to you to consume this. But we also have been very thorough and have invested the resources down to tree heights and resolution. We were in front of the community in January, right?
Yeah, in January.
Where we reviewed this plan. So, you know, the neighbors have seen this, and many have participated in it, so we'll continue to make it available. So we're certainly not trying to surprise anybody. But in order for us to deliver, we also, recall, have to go through a series of hurdles. We also need to move this through the Illinois Health Facility Planning Board process, which is not an easy process to move through. But we will certainly be responsive in getting you the information you need, and we would hope that you would give deference to the sense of time that's so important for this project.
Well, we are, and I think we have been. And I don't think talking about an additional month for something that's going to be in place 5 years from now, we're not talking about stringing this thing out until Christmas. I would rather do it right. But I said, we'll work, we're working, we will work with you. But I don't think anybody up here is willing to move so fast that we're gonna make some mistakes. So I think you're doing your work, we have to do our due diligence, and we'll together, we'll make this thing work.
Wonderful, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. What's that? We don't need really a motion to continue, no. No. We're gonna move on.
But you should do a motion to continue. This is a
Oh,
public hearing,
I'm
so
sorry.
please.
He always keeps me honest. I'm gonna miss him. I'm gonna miss him. Yeah. Yes, we have a motion to continue.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Timmy.
I would just note, for anyone who wasn't
Keep
able to
looking after
get
me.
a copy of the plan at the back of the room,
What's
the
the
plan
end of
is on the
Court of Law?
city's website.
One walking out the door right now, and walking to the right.
I don't know, over the point.
Yeah. She's at the camera. She's taking one of those things right in front.
Is going right to the Pioneer.
I mean, it's very complex.
Chairman Reisenberg, do you want to move to the next item, or do you want to give them a few minutes to break down this model? Your choice.
Let's move to the next item.
But we can't keep them here.
Let them break it down.
Yeah.
Do you mind tearing this thing down while we move on with our next agenda item?
Oh, that's not fair.
What's that?
I'm not sure that's fair to the
Can they do that?
next petitioner.
You're right, it's not fair to the next petitioner. Go ahead, tear it down. We'll take a 3 to 5 minute break. The next item before the commission this evening is consideration of a request for approval of the tentative and final plat of re-subdivision
We're here late.
for the Thurber property.
The vacuums are going.
Get the vacuum cleaner out.
Clearing the table.
Is this on?
But first, I'd like to ask, are there any conflicts of interest or ex parte contacts by members of the commission? Thank you. Petitioner? Yes?
Thank you, Chairman
We're
Reisenberg.
sorry to keep you waiting. But we're here with you.
Thank you, Chairman Reisenberg and members of the Plan Commission. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to listen to this petition tonight. I know it's been a long evening and it's rather hot in here, so my comments, I'll keep them brief. I'm here tonight on behalf of, first of all, my name is Michael Bleck with Bleck Engineering. I'm a registered professional engineer and principal with Bleck Engineering, and our office is located on Western Avenue in Lake Forest. And I'm here tonight on behalf of Richard and Lynn Thurber, the owners of 1500 North Waukegan Road, to present a two-lot subdivision. The Thurbers own approximately 8.8 acres, and it's in the R4 zoning district. There's an existing house on the western portion of the site, and what they would like to do is subdivide that property into two lots. Lot 1 would be the western lot, which has the existing house, and that would be on approximately 3.7 acres. Lot 2 is the parcel to the east of it. It's about 3.9 acres. There's a pond and a berm and some wooded area on the eastern part of the lot that would be put into a conservation easement, which takes up approximately the eastern 225 feet of that lot. It still leaves you with a building envelope that's about 300 by 200, plus the, including the setbacks, that's about 2.4 acres. There is currently an existing private roadway with an easement, 66-foot wide ingress, egress, and utility easement. That would be put in as Outlot A. That, like I said, that easement currently exists. There are two homes to the north that currently access off of that driveway. There's also a vacant parcel in the middle. That vacant parcel is owned by the Thurbers. It's a lot of record from a previous subdivision. It's not included in this petition. Currently, the only thing that changes with this roadway is these three lots will maintain their access rights to that driveway and utility corridor. The only thing that changes is currently the expense of maintaining and upkeeping that driveway is placed upon that existing house, and the Thurbers would like to have that cost shared with the two new lots in this subdivision. This subdivision's somewhat unique in that there are no infrastructure improvements or road improvements necessary for it. It's simply a lot split. And they're seeking tentative and final approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
As Mr. Bleck said, this is a pretty straightforward subdivision. It is presented to you with a recommendation from city staff for both tentative and final approval. Normally, between tentative and final approval, the details of any infrastructure that needs to be constructed are worked out. In this case, there is none. This is a 9-acre parcel, much larger than the minimum lot size in this district. what's being requested is not maximizing the density, but rather creating two parcels, both of which exceed 3 acres. And the new lot that's being created with frontage on Waukegan Road will have a significant preserved area, a detention and conservation easement that will be noted on the plat. So that area will be preserved in perpetuity as part of the plat. This adds one lot. It would add one new house to the existing private driveway. The code allows up to 5 homes on a private road. In this case, the new lot does not put this lot over that 5-lot limit. From the staff's perspective, again, this is pretty straightforward, and we do recommend approval. There are a number of standard conditions that are recommended in the staff report. Thank you.
Questions or requests clarification from commissioners to petitioner or staff? Mr. Anderson?
It seems fairly straightforward to me. Is there anything here about the existing home on the first property to the left, to the west, or is that? I mean, is that being kept, and then the second one developed? What's the thinking about that? I'm just curious.
That the plan is to keep that house.
To keep that house,
right?
Mm-hmm. And would be sold as part of a future transaction.
Yep.
That's all I have.
What's the condition of the road, the private road? And is maintenance of that, whose responsibility is that? It wasn't in great shape when I drove down the road.
Correct, and as Mr. Black said, that was an issue for staff, and often with private roads throughout the community, they're handshake deals, or it's not clear who's responsible. In this case, this new subdivision, clearly, as a condition of the subdivision, places the responsibility for that road on the 2 lots that will be created as part of this subdivision. It preserves and guarantees access to the 3 lots to the north, but the responsibility will be on those 2 lots, although there is a provision in the language that says if there's construction, for instance, if there was a home constructed on that middle lot to the north, the way the language is written, that construction activity, as it impacts the road, would need to be repaired at the expense of the person doing the construction.
Well, does the road need to be repaired, or who determines whether the road is required?
It's a private driveway.
So they do what they want to. So there is no, the reason I ask is twice I heard the statement made that there was no infrastructure requirement for approval of this subdivision.
No public infrastructure, no road, no, correct. So this really is a driveway. It will serve 5 lots, but it's a driveway, and the city has some minimum standards. Those standards would be triggered as new development comes to do some replacement of the road, but the city isn't in the habit of going out and telling people to necessarily fix a hole in their driveway.
I'll come back.
We done? No, go ahead.
No, I'm not
Continue.
done. I am done.
I'm not trying to.
No, you're not. Please proceed.
I don't have much. The middle lot to the north is not developed.
This is a vacant parcel, and it's owned by the Thurbers. It's undeveloped.
And it looks like there's sufficient buildable space on the proposed subdivided lot that there would be no impact on trees. Is that correct?
Correct. This area is all sort of like a meadow. Very few trees, but the trees are all around the perimeter and along Waukegan Road. Some trees along the driveway as well.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Commissioner Shaw?
Just so I'm clear, Mr. Black, okay, so there's the lot at the top of your picture on the left there has got a house on it. Yes? The one in the middle's empty.
This one's vacant, right, there's a house here, vacant, and this one has a house. This one accesses the their property right about this point. This one comes down at the end of the driveway and access is here.
Where's this road we're talking, or driveway, or whatever it's called?
Driveway is right here along the north part of the Thurber property.
Okay, and the road to the right is what, Waukegan?
Right, this is Waukegan
Okay.
Road.
There's the Thurber house where the Thurbers live is that one there, and then there's nothing along the right, this other lot.
This is all
Okay.
vacant, correct.
Kathy, is there a way, in response, I guess as a spin-off of what you just said, that the city's not in the habit of going around and telling people to fix their driveway, is there a way for the city with its minimum standards for private roads to have a triggering event that requires that the road be repaired, because these handshake type of deals can lead to the road never getting fixed? And I've seen that kind of a problem even in larger subdivisions where there's maybe 15 or 20 units and it takes forever to get a road fixed. And I'm curious as to, is there a way that you could have a triggering effect where the city could say, well, no, it may be a private road, but it's still a road, and for purposes of public safety, you've got to have some kind of minimum standards of repair, I would think.
What would trigger that is if either a permit came in for a new house on the proposed new lot.
Right. Or the one above it.
Or the one above it.
Yeah.
Then we would trigger the standards for driveway improvements. But what this subdivision does is get rid of the handshake deal. It places the responsibility for maintaining that road clearly on the two properties in the Alderwood subdivision as proposed.
You mean the Thurber's house and?
Yes.
And the vacant lot?
Yes.
Right now, there's no requirement for Thurber's to fix it?
As far as we know, there's no private maintenance agreement or anything in place. There was nothing put in place with the original subdivision.
I guess I'm a little confused, and how does a house getting built on the vacant lot to the right here, if we subdivide this, what triggers that driveway now that's basically a road, I guess? What triggers that to be fixed?
If new construction is going to occur on either of those lots, then we will have some requirements for making sure that the road is adequately repaired. The road is there. If you've been out there, you certainly, it's certainly passable. It's
One car at a time.
right. And driveways do not have to accommodate more than that.
So what do you do about a fire truck?
Fire trucks can pull in that road. There are amazing private driveways and private roads throughout the community. And it's likely that when these new homes are built, that we will also require sprinklers, as we're seeing the codes require more and more. But there's no question a fire truck can access this lot. They're more concerned about being able to get in, less concerned about how they back out.
Okay, thank you.
If I could add,
Oh.
there is a fire hydrant at the end of the driveway. They do have access to it.
I'm just concerned about, you get 5 houses in there and you got a driveway that's not in the best of shape.
Right.
And you get 5 neighbors that get mad at each other. How do you enforce fixing it?
I understand that, and I think that when one of these lots do get built, you can imagine the construction traffic and what that'll do to the driveway, so that'll need to be repaired and fixed.
Okay.
I have no comments.
Thank you.
Any public testimony?
You didn't ask.
Pardon me?
You didn't ask, yeah.
Oh, we did. Well, that's good reason. Commissioner Carris, I'm sorry.
Chairman, no comment.
No, I asked your question, didn't I?
Could I ask one more?
Of
No,
course.
no.
Of course, of
Just
course.
the irrevocable petition regarding septic versus sanitary. I assume the homes is going to be built with septic right now? Is that?
That's correct. There's sanitary sewer that's, I believe, at the corner of Carroll and Waukegan in this area. And the Thurbers are willing to agree that if and when that sewer is available, they would participate in the special service area.
So as a condition of approval, an irrevocable petition to
And this is
do
an
just
area that we've, because there's a significant amount of development in this area that's already on septic, people aren't going to willingly sign up and say, I want to pay for sanitary sewer if their septic's working. So as new development occurs in this area, when we get irrevocable petitions, then either when some of the other residents have failing systems, or if the city council at some point says, we're ready, and we think we have 51% of the people, then they will pursue a special service area. When they do, these two properties are automatically yes votes. And you'll likely, in the next month or two, see another subdivision in this area that may be asking for the same thing.
And just out of curiosity, Outlot A is the complete responsibility of this new subdivision, is that correct?
That's correct.
So the houses on the north, or the three lots on the north, have no responsibility for Outlot A, is that correct?
They have access rights, but from the city's perspective, they have no responsibility. If the neighbors want to do some other kind of agreement,
They can't.
that's different, except if someone does construction. If someone builds an addition, if the new lot is developed, that will trigger, they will need to do,
So if those three lots on the north wanted to repair that private road, they couldn't, without the permission of this new subdivision, is that correct?
yes, the responsibility is that of the.
It's weird.
Well, and the city wanted to put that in place because currently there is nothing. So if the neighbors want to have another arrangement, that's fine, but from the city's perspective, at least all 5 properties aren't saying, not my responsibility. This subdivision gives us the opportunity to make someone responsible, and through this subdivision, because it doesn't affect the property to the north, we can't, through the subdivision, assign responsibility there.
Okay.
Okay. Public testimony? No public testimony. Good. I didn't think so. Okay, how about we'll just move to commission discussion and comment.
As I said before, I think this is fairly straightforward, and I support the staff's recommendation.
Agreed.
Good.
Agreed. I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
Would somebody like to state what the motion is? I don't want to get picky.
Would the staff like to state what the motion is?
Move to approve the tentative and final plat of the Alderwood subdivision with the associated conditions as laid out by staff.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Approved. Oh, finally, no, yes, no, you're right. Public testimony and non-agenda items? No. I'll entertain a motion for
Move to
dismissal.
adjourn.
To adjourn? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? To go home?
You got us out before 11, Mr.
Thank you
Chairman.
all very much.